time goes by bit.
Tian skillfully manipulates the original spirit fire, controls the spirit material in the Dan furnace, and casts a mana into the Dan furnace from time to time. The higher the grade of pills, the more accurate manipulation is needed, and the higher the attainments of Dan Dao are required. Finally, more than 5 hours later, Tian wiped the sweat on his forehead and reached out to the Dan stove. A crystal clear white pill appeared in Tian's hand.
8 grade Tian pill.
Looking at the 8 white patterns on the elixir in his hand, Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, he refined 8 elixirs with these spirit materials. In the process of refining pills, there will be a part of the power separated from the liquid of spirit material. In order not to waste this part of the power, it is necessary to integrate the power separated from the liquid into pills again.
This process is called guanling. Not every pill needs to be infused with spirit, and not all spirit materials can bear it. Not all alchemists are able to infuse spirit in alchemy. Some low-level talents don't need to be infused at all, because the time to become elixir is short. When infusing elixir, they may lose more power, which is often not worth the loss. It is more necessary to accurately control the fire. If you blindly pursue the spirit, it is likely that the whole furnace of pills will be consumed because of the poor control of the fire. Although many alchemists pursue refining higher grade pills, few of them have the courage to take a chance. Even if they have the courage, they don't necessarily have luck. The more advanced the spirit material is, the longer the process of forming the pill is, which makes it possible to infuse the spirit. Only when it reaches the level of 8 grade pills or above, can it show 8 spirit lines. It's not that Tian didn't achieve the 9th time of pouring spirit. Only because of the limitation of Linkai, it can only support 8 infusions of Linkai, then it has become a pill, and the power of Linkai is not wasted at all. This is the ultimate level of this pill. Looking at this elixir, Rao is a past life. He is already the emperor of elixir. Tian is still very excited. Because this pill is specially made for Ningyao. Put away the red stove and many jade boxes, Tian spent more than 1 hour to recover his mood, and then took a drop of Zaohua liquid. Mana is old and at its best. Then a mana protects the 8 grade pill and slowly sends it to the entrance. Carefully run the pills into the dantian and put them on the sleeping Ninjioling. Time goes by. The elixir began to melt slowly, and Tian tried his best to control the elixir in his body, so that all its power was absorbed by Ningyao's Lingzhong, so as not to waste a little bit. As Ningyao Lingzhong absorbed more power, Lingzhong, which was like a white cocoon, began to change. First of all, the breath became stronger and stronger, and Lingzhong produced a dense white light, and the light became brighter and brighter. I don't know how long later, the elixir has been absorbed by Ningyao's Lingzhong for 6 to 7 times. It is as calm as a sleeping Lingzhong. Finally, something has happened. It became like a living creature, stretching and contracting at a very slow speed, like a long breath. There was such a slight fluctuation in Lingzhong. And this change is more and more obvious. Until all the power of Huitian pill is absorbed, the pill no longer exists, and the breathing fluctuation of that spirit seed becomes much larger. One shrink, it's like a little white heart beating at a very slow rate. But Tian, however, felt that the breath of Ningyao, which had existed before, began to become so obvious. In the previous life, we lived together day and night. It's not because that person is good, it's just because no one can replace him. And at this time, feeling the breath of Lingzhong, Tian's thoughts once again returned to the spring breeze 10 miles, the Qingming blessed land of white cloud crane dance. Ningyao, Tian, your husband, even if you go all over the starry sky and the sky, you must find Sanqing and Sancher Lotus, so that you can return to the world and travel hand in hand in the land where you and I have been washed away. Tian swears in his heart. Later, he converged, continued to sort out the spirit material, and began to refine the pill. This time, the elixir was refined for Qin Luo God. Before her cultivation, it was said that there were Zhuanlingdan and Delingdan on the earth. Now, with the improvement of her cultivation, that kind of elixir can't meet her needs, and Tian has acquired many new spiritual materials, a large part of which Tian can't use himself, just for Qin Luo God. Every time I see Qin Luoshan, I will make Tian think of Ningyao, and have more motivation in his heart.
A furnace of refining out of pills, until Yi Tian refining 8 furnaces, only then he stopped.
A total of 39 pills of 3 different kinds.
If all these pills are refined and absorbed, it is believed that Qin Luotian can be promoted to the middle of the sea view, including the Bihai Chaoxing pill that Yi Tian once took. Yi Tian put these pills into different jade bottles, engraved the names of the pills on the bottles, and explained all the problems related to taking them to Qin Luotian one by one. In this way, Yi Tian Kai put down his heart and began to meditate, trying to integrate all the mana in Dantian. In fact, the best way is to integrate in the battle, so as to get twice the result with half the effort and make mana control freely.
There is no sun and moon in the Tower of Time and Space. Even Yi Tian can't know exactly how many days have passed.
On this day, Yi Tian, who was still in cultivation, suddenly stopped.
He got up in a hurry.
He only had time to say hello to Qin Luotian, and then he got out of the time and space tower. After putting the tower away, he returned to the ground. During this period of time, the temple disciples frequently changed their encampments in order to pick spiritual materials.
Yi Tian saw their actions clearly through the view of Liangxingkong, so it was easy to find them. Half an hour later, Yi Tian came to a valley and met Morongyan in mid-air. Is Dao Yu back? For so many days, I thought you would not come back before the closure of the boundary? Morongyan looks happy, joking. Yi Tian just nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Send a messenger, call all the disciples together quickly." Good.
Looking at Yi Tian's face, Morongyan knew that the matter was very urgent, and she didn't ask much. She immediately took out a special messenger. After the mana was activated, she said to the messenger, "It's urgent.
Gather at once."
As the messenger was reduced to ashes, the message was delivered. Any disciple, as long as he receives the urgent message, even if he has dug half of the spiritual material, must put it down and return immediately.
Now, Dao Yu, can you tell me what happened? Morongyan looked at Yi Tian and said, "How many more days to close?" Yi Tian didn't answer Morongyan's question and asked directly. 3 more days. Morongyan takes out a disc-shaped spirit weapon and shows it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian takes a glance, and there are really 3 days left.
This kind of disc-shaped spirit instrument has the function of timing. Even without the reference of sun, moon and stars, it can also accurately timing. The principle is that there are sometimes self-exploding objects embedded on it. From 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours it increases exponentially in turn. When it comes to self-explosion, Yi Tian sees that there are 27 self-explosions.
3 days.
Looking at a certain direction, Yi Tian murmurs to himself, and then makes a gesture. A pill is quickly swallowed by him.
Boom!
Yi Tian's momentum bursts out, and the terrible energy on the pill slowly turns into mana. After Zhou Tian's 4 limbs and hundreds of bones are introduced into the Dantian by Yi Tian.
I grasp, you are really a monk watching the sea.
It is obvious that Yi Tian is taking pills to practice, and even preparing to attack the next realm. When taking pills, it is impossible to continue to hide the actual accomplishments. In that case, it will cause great damage to the monks, and even worry about their lives.
This is an iron law that no one can break.
He thought that he was a monk of high realm and entered the world of all souls. Only now did he realize that it was just his wishful thinking, and this Taoist friend was really just a monk of sea-watching realm.
It's terrible.
If a monk in Guanheijing kills a monk in Longmen, it's like killing a chicken or a dog. Morongyan realized this problem and began to retreat slowly, leaving Yi Tian a little far away.
It's 6 or 7 feet away to protect Yi Tian's dharma.
Of course, she also knows that Yi Tian doesn't need someone to protect his dharma, otherwise he won't serve Dan here.
Well, come and talk. Yi Tian said while refining pills.
Morongyan, in accordance with the words in the past, reluctantly led the corner of the mouth, said, "Dao Yu, I always thought you were a high-level monk."
I never said that I was a high-level monk.
Yi Tian Rai smile, however, now there is a high-level monk into the world of all souls.
How high is it? Is it the golden elixir? Morongyan asked with an air of suffocation. If the golden elixir is okay, you don't have to be so nervous.
According to my guess, it should be a monk above Yuanying.
Yi Tian smiles bitterly again. Yuan Yingjing? It can't be true? Is Dao Yu wrong?
It's said that there has never been an old monster in this realm in the world of spirits. Even the friars in the golden elixir realm can't get in at all.
This has been an iron rule for countless years. Otherwise, why should we monks and longmen come in and work hard? Morong Yan's face was full of disbelief and said in a barrage.
At this time, some of the disciples of the temple had been driving back to Duanguan, and they fell behind Morong Yan. Naturally, they also heard what Morong Yan had just said.
Yi Tian didn't pay attention to these temple disciples.
Instead, he looked to the north and said, at this moment, the man killed the bearded monk in Qiankanwu with a wind blade about 10 feet away.
His realm should be at the peak of Longmen realm, right? What kind of realm do you think this can be achieved?
Not only Morong Yan, but also several temple disciples behind him exclaimed in amazement. They all had contact with the monks of Jindan realm, New Yuanying realm, and even the predecessors of Huashan realm. According to Yi Tian, although the friars in Jindan realm are much more powerful than those in Longmen realm, it must be impossible to say that an ordinary 5 elements Taoist can kill the top friars in Longmen realm 10 feet away. The only way to achieve this is to be a monk in Yuanyingjing or above.
Dead.
For a while, more than 30 monks in Qiankanwu were killed by that man, and there was no one alive.
Even Shumi Jia has been taken away.
It seems that this man came in just for the sake of spiritual talent. Yi Tian is still looking at the distance, murmuring, at this time he also some tongue dry, body out of a cold sweat. Of course, he didn't see it through sight, he saw it through heartworms. Yi Tian has sent the order to Lianxin insect to let it stay away from the devil.
If it is found accidentally, it will lose its life.
This is not the first time that he saw that high-level monk kill people through Liangxingkang. Just in the Time and Space Tower, he saw that he killed more than a dozen people.
Then he found Qiankanwu and started again. Dao Yu, how far is the man you are talking about from here? Morong Yan asked with a pale face. Around here more than 2,000 li.
Yi Tian slightly calculated, and then reported the distance. Just finished, Yi Tian felt a shock, and his breath burst out.
Congratulations on Dao Yu's breakthrough. Feeling Yi Tian's condition, Morong Yan's face brightened and rushed to celebrate. Congratulations on the breakthrough. Now, what can the monk of Yuanyingjing do?
He can't imagine that we have a high-level monk here, and he broke through at the critical moment.
Soon after returning, Su Xiao didn't see the situation of Yi Tian Fudan.
At this time, he congratulated with Morong Yan.
Congratulations on your breakthrough.
The temple disciples behind him said in a loud voice, and their faces recovered because of Yi Tian's breakthrough. They were less afraid of the old monster who slaughtered the monk. Although Yi Tian made a successful breakthrough, the effect of the elixir is still playing, and there is still terrifying energy gradually turning into mana. Yi Tian just nodded to them and continued to refine the medicine. At this time, he has no way to break through, but now, it will be a very dangerous thing for him not to break through the cultivation. As for the unstable state, the disadvantages left by the incomplete integration of mana can only be dealt with later. Even if it takes 10 times as much energy to deal with it, there is no way. At least, we need to survive.
What is your breakthrough now?
When Yi Tian's breath became more stable, Su Xiao felt it a little and asked suspiciously.
Well, don't call me elder.
Although I have made a breakthrough, I have just reached the peak of Guanhai realm. If I make another breakthrough, I may enter Longmen realm, but I'm much worse than you Taoists. Yi Tian coughed softly and shook his head embarrassed.
How can it be? Senior.
Su Xiaojiang wanted to say something more, but suddenly he thought that Morong Yan didn't respond.
He looked at her in a hurry.
However, Morong Yan nodded her head slightly and confirmed Yi Tian's statement. This Taoist friend just took pills, and then he broke through the realm. You should know what it means to take pills.
It's impossible to hide the realm at this time.
The temple disciples, including Su Xiao, were stunned. Looking at Yi Tian one by one like a monster, his heart is full of shock, even more shocking than Yi Tian saying that he is Jindan realm and Yuanying realm.
Now that I know that I'm the cultivation of Guanhaijing, I'm afraid that if I continue to command you temple Taoist friends, will you not accept?
Taoist Morong, I'll hand over the command right now. See people such facial expression, Leaf Daylight says.
No Dao Yu, you can't leave us at this time.
Our trust in Dao Yu is not because of who you are, but because you can save us from danger and give us a way to live. Morong Yen in a hurry, pulled Yi Tian's arm, for fear that he ran away.
Dao Yu, you can't leave us.
Dao Yu, we trust you, we are all for you.
Dao Yu, you can't leave us.
If you take us out alive, my little sister is willing to give her a hand. Younger martial sister Su, you agree with each other.
Brother Dao Yu may not look up to you? Brother Dao Yu, if you want to find Daolv, think about me.
As soon as Morong Yen finished speaking, many monks and nuns in the temple behind him began to shout. As soon as Yi Tian saw that the more he said, the more shameful he was. He quickly reached out his hand to stop the crowd. Since you Taoist friends say so, I'll try my best, but no one can guarantee the result. Even if you die, don't worry.
No matter what happens in the future, we won't blame you.
We will only be grateful to Dao Yu for coming and going with us, living and dying together, Morong Yen said in a loud voice at this time, with a certain resolute look on her face.
Good, count the number, see how many people didn't come back. Yi Tian immediately entered the state, immediately issued orders.
Morong Yen glanced at the disciples one by one and said, there are still 5 other disciples who have not returned.
5? Let's go. Follow me.
They are here.
They can't wait here. Welcome up. With that, Yi Tian took the lead to fly in a certain direction.
Sure enough, after flying for more than 10 minutes, I met 3 men, 2 women and 5 temple disciples. 2 under the meeting to a place, or by Yi Tian in front of the road, fly to the distance.
This way.
Not long after flying, Yi Tian suddenly turned a direction and flew to the way he had just come.
Dao Yu, what's this? Morong Yen was a little surprised. That old monster is very fast. He's in front of us.
Although he suppresses the divine thoughts severely here, he is very fast and can go around the whole world quickly.
Moreover, the suppression is much better than us, isn't it? Yi Tian flies fast and explains a few words. I see. Let's play hide and seek with him so that he can't find us, right? Morong Yen heard Yi Tian finish, suddenly enlightened. Well said, it's like cat catching mouse. Whether a mouse can walk in a straight line depends entirely on the cat.
Yi Tian praised this Morong Yen understanding ability is still good.
However, in the end, it will still encounter in the out-of-bounds transmission area. What should we do then? Following Yi Tian's flight, Morong Yen asks anxiously. Don't worry about so much.
Maybe by that time, the old monster will be lost and can't catch up with the transmission area. Don't get caught by him now. Yi Tian closed his mouth, even he didn't believe it would happen.
At least Yi Tian's heart is not so flustered now. After all, he has the last card. But the premise is to try to improve your accomplishments. Dao Yu, slow down, some of the disciples behind can't keep up. After flying for a while, Morong Yen looks back and asks Yi Tian. She felt very embarrassed.
A group of monks and longmen asked others not to run too fast to keep up.
Try your best to get on the road. We'll have time to rest later. It's still dangerous now. If you slow down, you may be found.
Yi Tian doesn't slow down, but shouts as he flies. People have no way, behind will be beaten, more likely to die, can only fight to follow Yi Tianfei.
Dao Yu, what should we do? So many friars are coming? Must be 110?
A moment later, Morong Yen looked at the far ahead, more and more close, dense figure. Look-a-tight asked.
Don't worry. I've already seen it. I can't rush there without a moment's delay.
Yi Tian said without changing his face, and then cried out, all Taoist friends listen, those friars in front of you don't care, they rush directly.
I understand. Several responses came from behind. What if I can't get there? Can I call you? Morong Yen asked anxiously, because the number of monks was a little too large.
It seemed that there were at least 100 monks.
It's impossible not to rush through. But
Morong Yen also want to say what, Yi Tian has thought a move, from the spirit beast ring called out more than 300 iron line ants. Those wire ants came out as a group, but they changed their flight route when they flew to the front of Yi Tian and began to intersperse irregularly.
Yi Tian adjusts their position at any time.
After more than 10 breaths, those wire ants are not so messy at last. And it can be clearly seen that there are 4 big characters in the flight. Here comes the worm. And in high-speed flight, still maintain the font.
2 more embellishments.
Yi Tian murmured and released 2 blood locusts again, flying on both sides of the big character.
Not enough. Yi Tian once again called out 2 Hades mantis, one on the left and one on the right, following the blood locust.
What's the matter, bull? Looking at his masterpiece, Yi Tian turns his head and looks at the stunned Morong Yen.
Can you still play like this?
Morong Yen gives Yi Tian a thumbs up and looks at many monks who are getting closer and closer to each other.
What is that? Insect demon. The insect demon arrived. When it was close enough, someone in the crowd opposite called out. Spread out, it's the bug devil.
It seems that someone knows the power of the insect devil, and quickly gives a voice to remind him.
More than 100 friars immediately separated and avoided far away.
When the line ant flies to the gap where the other side lets it out, suddenly the 2 sides are divided, the font disappears, and the left and the right are suspended in the air to guard against the friars on both sides.
Yi Tian also stayed here.
After all the disciples of the temple passed, he took many spirit insects to chase after him. Looking at this strange scene, the monks gathered together and talked for a moment, then continued to fly forward.
Dao Yu really has a way to let me know.
Among them are the people from Qingyuan Cave, the Li family's children from Moyan Mountain, and the monks from Demon Island. They don't know about that old monster yet. Morong Yen waited for Yi Tian for a moment, and said with a smile.
It should be known soon.
Yi Tian said coldly, as if without a trace of emotion.
Come here and have a rest.
They flew more than 50 li away again. Looking at a mountain in front of them, Yi Tian took the lead in flying up. When others rest, Yi Tian also sits down with his knees crossed, while continuing to refine the power of pills, while observing the picture in his mind. More than half an hour later, Yi Tian suddenly stood up and said in a loud voice, "Start at once." Then he stepped on the black and red sword and wanted to fly in the same direction. Behind him, Morong Yen and many temple monks followed closely. A group of people like wind and lightning, rolling forward.
After flying more than 300 li, Yi Tian pointed down, "See?
The friars I met just now have become corpses." Morong Yen and others looked down, but they could see some bodies vaguely, but they were not the people they met before, but she could not distinguish them.
Can you go down and have a look? Morong Yen asked tentatively.
She was afraid that Yi Tian would refuse or scold herself. Who knows, Yi Tian slightly pondered, then agreed to her proposal. Only one look, not too long.
With a word, Yi Tian quickly landed on the ground.
When he was 6 or 7 feet away from the ground, he suddenly changed a direction and flew to the high altitude. Morong Yen and other temple disciples didn't need Yi Tian's command, so they naturally followed him and refused to lag behind. As for the height just now, the disciples of the temple have already seen it clearly. It's really the group of monks in Qingyuan Cave that they met before, and all the Shumi commandments on their hands have disappeared. There was no body but them.
Moreover, the scattered area of the corpses was very small.
It can be seen that this was an encounter. Even the monks could not escape a certain distance. Basically, they were killed directly where they met. I'm afraid these skills, as Yi Tian said, are the work of old monsters above Yuanying. Because in the field of square inch, any force, even if it is a coalition of forces several times larger than theirs, cannot do this. At least, when you can't fight, you can escape, and how can you pull a few cushions? In the world of 10,000 spirits, at such a critical moment, even if one's fellow disciples died, at most one of them was burned, no one could go around with the corpse. What I saw just now, there was no trace of fire. After this incident, the bottom of everyone's heart was hammered, and there was no fluke.
Although they never met the elder monster, he did exist. Dao Yu, if you didn't lead us to escape, I think the disciples of our temple would have died several times? Morong Yen followed Yi Tian, thinking of the current situation, said happily.
Bullshit, once you die, how many times do you say you die? Tian turned his mouth and said with disdain.
Ha ha ha.
A burst of laughter came from behind, and the atmosphere was not so oppressive. Look, those bodies are the ones of the friars of Qiankanwu who were killed in the first place. All the way to fly, along the way saw a lot of bodies, Tian did not pay attention to, until he met a group, Genius said with a finger.
Morong Yan nodded in silence.
Her face turned white. She said nervously, Dao Yu, how many monks are still alive in the world of spirits?
There should be less than 300 people. What's the name of the traitor in the temple? The night one also died in the hands of the old devil. Tian immediately returned. 300? Shall we be the next batch? Nuranjian shuddered. Certainly not. Tian Yan said chiselly. That's great. So we're safe? Morong Yan looks relaxed. Don't be too happy. The next batch isn't us. It doesn't mean the next batch isn't us. Because now the old devil will meet the next batch, you said. Well, he has already met.
Kill him. Tian talks about it with almost no emotion, completely talking about things that have nothing to do with his life and death.
Morong Yan and the temple disciples felt relaxed, as if they were on a roller coaster. What shall we do? Do you fly like this all the time?
There are still 2 days to go before the closing of the Soul Valley.
The mana will be exhausted. Morong Yan asked anxiously. Well, don't worry. Since I'm still in the mood to joke, it's enough to show that I can take you away alive. Everyone's following closely. It's going to take a long flight. Even if you use up the last bit of mana, you can't fall behind. With that, Tian changed his direction and quickened his pace.
Next, he took the team and changed direction 3 times. After flying for more than 3 hours, he came to a forest.
Dao Yu, there's miasma in the woods. How can you go down? Morong Yan saw Tian falling into the woods and felt the thick miasma in the woods. She couldn't help asking.
I know there's a miasma, but it's relatively safe here. When Tian spoke, he had fallen to a vertical hole. Everyone go in, don't step on the ground, go straight into the cave. Before the secret room at the bottom of the cave, don't use Tuduan to open another road.
Be quick. Tian Shao pointed at the entrance of the cave and said quickly.
Su Shao was the first to jump in, and then the disciples of the temple jumped into the cave one by one. This hole was made by the mountain-piercing beast of Xinjian sect. It is thick and thin enough to accommodate the normal body.
Dao Yu, how do you know there are holes here? Morong Yan asked curiously. I lived, okay?
Why are you so curious as 100,000 wise?
You also go in. Don't always follow me. It's important to protect your life.
I'll do the things after the break. Hear Tian some impatient appearance, Morong Yan some depressed, but hear the last sentence, her eyes bright, really strange warm.
He cares about me. But Tian said so, but Morong Yan didn't really go down. Until all her classmates entered the cave, Morong Yan said again, do you want to fill this cave? Otherwise, the elder monster might see it. No, it will be discovered. Don't ask why.
I'll go underground later, and I'll make it clear to you.
Tian Chao has been urging the road.
After Morong Yan goes in, Tian glances at the entrance of the cave, sucks his palm, picks up a hair that Morong Yan has lost, and then falls into the cave.
From the ground to the ground, the space created by Tian's day in Banxian were is about 700 or 800 meters away.
Because it was very spacious, more than 50 temple disciples didn't feel crowded inside. When Tian fell to the ground, Morong Yan and other temple disciples were waiting for him.
Follow me.
Tian just said, his body flashed, and he continued to run down quickly. This distance is not safe, and it is not beyond the scope of the spirit exploration of the Yuanying old monster. He continued to escape to a depth of more than 10 miles. When he was already deep underground, he stopped and offered a large seal Banxian where to enlarge the seal, creating a space of about 10 feet.
The world of 10,000 spirits has suppressed the divine thoughts severely. This distance should be safe enough. I'm afraid that Yuanying old monster can't find it even after checking it.
Taoist friends, please rest here and try your best to recover your mana. It should be very safe here. Put away the seal, Tian said to the people who came in later.
Yes, Dao Yu. Is it really safe here? That old baby won't find us, will it? Since we can hide underground, we don't have to escape for so long before, do we? Morong Yen looked around and asked in a puzzled way. Well, I'll explain it to you, lest you don't understand.
Yi Tianshuan knows that this nun has the character of breaking through the casserole and asking to the end. He just wants to make things clear so that everyone can have a bottom in their hearts.
At least she can reflect the value of her existence, right?
The reason why we were on the run all the way before was that the old monster's position never gave us a chance to get here.
If we came directly, we would have been found out a long time ago. There's a miasma in the woods, which will make the elder ignore it.
Before, when he passed here, he also made a survey and even entered the cave.
Of course, he got nothing. Psychologically, he won't come back here. But in other places, if Tuduan goes underground, it will leave traces of Tuduan. The Yuanying old monster attaches great importance to a little traces of human appearance.
Once there was a monk who was Tuduan at the bottom of the lake, he found him out.
Do you think there is a better place to go? It turns out that you are so thoughtful that you can think of such a good way. What about the rest? How do you get out of the world? Morong Yen looked at Yi Tian with adoration, but still asked one question after another. I have my own plan for going out. However, time is tight. We'd better cherish this time and get back to the peak as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a good place to be buried here. Yi Tian didn't answer Morong Yen's question.
After saying this, he said to Morong Yen, I'll have a rest elsewhere.
Don't look for me. When it's time to come back, I'll come back naturally.
Then, without waiting for Morong Yan's reply, Yi Tian once again tried to escape in a direction parallel to this space. After 700 or 800 meters away from the space, Yi Tian continued to build a new space here, and then took out the space-time tower. After a brief chat with Qin Luotian, he sat down on his knees and continued to refine the power of the pill. Although he reached the peak of the sea view, the power of the pill has not been fully refined, and has not reached the maximum auxiliary effect of the pill. A few hours later, the violent mana in his body was finally channeled to normal, and the next refining was much easier. Taking pills to practice, the most taboo midway to disturb, and before Yi Tian is always in the state of being disturbed. However, there is really no way to leave their own time is not much. The 3-5 elixirs refined before have been used up. If you take them again, you will not be able to break through the Longmen realm in a short time. In terms of your own skills, the only thing you can do now is to refine the elixirs you have taken, so as to improve your strength. But in terms of external forces, there should be a lot of room. After finishing his self-cultivation, Yi Tian takes out the Spirit Beast Ring from the Insect Valley in southern Yunnan. With the breakthrough to the peak of Sea View, his power of mind has greatly increased, but this is not the most important. There is a bigger surprise that he never thought of, but it has nothing to do with breakthrough. After taking the 8th-grade Huitian pill refined for Ningyao, Yi Tian found that this kind of Huitian pill was also of great benefit to himself, although all the medicinal power was integrated into the Lingzhong of Ningyao. Under the action of Dan medicine, the power of divine thoughts keeps growing and never stops. Perhaps it is the reason why Ningyao's spirit is planted in his body and integrated with himself. This kind of feedback is unexpected, but it brings him endless benefits. At this time, Yi Tian estimated that his soul power had reached the peak strength of Longmen realm by virtue of his previous experience as Emperor Dan. This is absolutely a sensational thing for those who are just entering the peak of Sea View. Moreover, the power of his mind continues to grow. As for the extent to which he can grow under the impetus of the 8th-grade Huitian pill, Yi Tian has no way to judge. After all, in his previous life, he had never taken 8 kinds of Huitian pills, or even seen Wuling Awa. There are many things we can do. For example, now, Yi Tian takes out an iron line ant from the spirit beast ring who failed to recognize the Lord before. As soon as the white light of the little mirror's spirit tool shines, when its body is slightly stiff, the mind comes into its mind. This one is stronger than any one Yi Tian had taken before. It should be close to the middle of the fourth order. Strength is not only reflected in body shape and breath, but also in soul power.
In the past, Tian couldn't make his mark in this kind of existence.
At this time, it seems that although it's hard to do everything, it's no longer as helpless as before.
5 or 6 minutes later, Tian took a long breath and let go of the ant.
With the divine idea issued a command, this Tian ant did it right, which means that it has been completely accepted by Tian.
Second.
Leaf Day no longer delay time, and took out a wire ant, began to busy.
Tian didn't give the new master the elixir of promoting cultivation to him.
Once he took it, he would probably go into hibernation, and Tian would not be able to use it.
There has been a lesson before.
Now, although the clematis ants who take pills have woken up, the power of pills has not been fully refined, and pharmacology is still catalyzing their evolution. It's just that the speed of evolution is no longer advancing by leaps and bounds.
It's like a trickle of water grinding.
As time goes by, Tian is constantly carrying out the idea of recognizing the Lord. More and more clematis are captured by him and become a member of the Zerg army.
Tian doesn't dare to slack off. The strength of the old devil in Yuanyingjing is too terrible.
He can only increase some cards as much as possible. As for whether these Iron Line ants can defeat the old devil, Tian is not very optimistic. After all, the other side's cultivation is too terrible. At the beginning, Tian was reluctant to brand his mind in Tian Ant's mind, but as time went on, his mind became more and more powerful under the influence of Bap and Huitian pill. The process of identifying the owner was shortened, and the speed of taking out the ant was gradually accelerated. But on the other hand, as the weaker ones are taken away, the process of identifying the stronger ones becomes more difficult. Even so, the number of the army is still growing. 100, 200, 500, 1,000 until 1132 clematis were identified. Tian could not continue to brand the weakest clematis, because any of the remaining clematis are stronger than those who have recognized the Lord. Maybe it will be okay after a while, but now Tian can't wait. The Liangxingkong left at the entrance of the space where the temple disciples are located has been passed back to the picture, and the temple disciples have all stood up from recuperation. Morong Yen is holding a piece of white cloth with her own writing, showing it around, just like meeting someone at the railway station.
Tian saw the words on it, urgent call for Taoist friends. This girl really has some ideas. Tian's lips curl. He is sure that Morong Yen doesn't find the existence of Liangxingkong. She overestimates herself by doing so. It's also true that you can see things thousands of miles away. It seems that it's not unacceptable to see her doing this in space. Thinking about this, Tian collects his things, greets Qin Luoshan, and escapes to Morong Yan's space. Dao Yu, you can see my words across the soil? The reason why Morong Yen holds the banner is just a whim. Unexpectedly, she calls Tian back. Seeing that Tian's figure flashes and enters the space from the soil, she subconsciously asks. Of course, believe it or not, I have a pair of perspective eyes that can see through everything.
Tianshan said, in fact, it's to protect Liangxingkong, but it's not bragging. After all, he has the eye of heaven, but he doesn't use it all the time.
Ah, so? Morong Yen was stunned.
She quickly covered her chest with her hands, then covered her face with embarrassment.
Ah, do you still have this kind of magic power?
Next to a good-looking repair a chest close to the past.
Go over there, I'll talk business with Dao Yu.
Morong Yen pushed the nun away, and no longer covered some parts.
She pulled Tian aside and said, Dao Yu, it should be half a day before the world of spirits is closed. What shall we do? She thought in her heart, Tian didn't look at herself once or twice. If she looked at it, she would have seen it all. What's the secret? Half a day is enough. Now come out with me and go to the teleportation area of the spirit world. With that, he didn't have too much delay. He took the lead in going up to the earth. He came to the ground and flew to the high altitude. Where is the old devil? The disciples of the temple followed up and looked around. They didn't find anything unusual. Morong Yen couldn't help asking.
The old devil flew through the woods twice before, looked at the entrance of the cave, and then flew away.
Now I'm waiting in the teleportation area. I think everyone in the spirit world is dead and waiting for teleportation.
During the flight, Tian said that in order to wait for the disciples of the temple, his speed was not so fast.
Ah, that is to say, all but us have been killed? Yen exclaimed.
It's true that everyone except us has fallen into the world of the spirits, without exception. Tian nodded to confirm. This time we are left with the old devil, either you die, or I die. When Tian said that, his face was a little ugly, but this is the truth.
I have a way.
When the transmission is about to start, we'll go there. By that time, the old devil may not be able to kill all of us.
There's a chance that he can get out alive. Su Xiao interrupted at this time. That's not good. There are too many casualties. I have a way to deal with it.
Yen immediately denied Su Xiao's proposal. I'll show up first and lead the old devil away.
You send it out in vain. I'm afraid not?
The old devil is waiting for the teleportation.
How can he leave the teleportation area easily?
Next to another nun worried said.
Yen said, how did the elder devil enter the world of spirits? No one found out after so long? Is it possible for the elders outside to come in and get rid of this demon?
Hearing that these people couldn't get to the point, Tian took the lead and said, let me make it clear first that the Yuanying old devil didn't enter the world at the beginning, but he just came in the day I found him.
Why did you enter here 3 days before the closure?
Because it has something to do with the way he entered the place. A normal monk of Yuanying realm can't get in, nor can he suppress his accomplishments. But this man came in to suppress cultivation, because the method he used to suppress cultivation was extremely special, and he could even hide the secret from heaven. This method is called spirit subduing skill.
Maybe you haven't heard of this secret skill.
In the field of square inch, few people know it, and few people have used it. Because once you use this skill, you will lose more than half of Shouyuan.
Think about it, who will pay more than half of Shouyuan for suppressing the realm? How can such a thing happen? Isn't the price too high? In order to grab some spiritual materials, a Yuanying old monster would not hesitate to lose more than half of Shouyuan? Can't we rob incense after we go out? If I were to lose 1 year's Shouyuan, I would not do so.
Yen said in surprise.
Ha ha.
Tian said with a smile, that's your idea.
If the Yuanying old devil is controlled by others, or Shouyuan is few, do you think this will happen? A monk of Yuanying level can sweep everything in the world of 10,000 spirits, but it should not be enough outside the world of 10,000 spirits?
Yen frowned and said, do you mean the old devil is controlled by others, or Shouyuan is near?
Who can control Yuanying's old monster and let him lose his life? I'm just guessing these two possibilities. We low-level friars cherish our lives so much, not to mention those old monsters who have reached Yuanying level. Is there any other possibility?
Tian is also thinking about this problem in his mind.
In fact, he can't be completely sure.
When he was Emperor Dan, he knew some of these things.
He just heard about them.
He had never seen anyone who used this kind of spiritualism. Immediately, Tian did not delay any longer, and said, when I fight with the old devil, you will all hide underground.
If I win by chance, I will naturally ask you to come out. If it falls, when the teleportation begins, you will enter the teleportation area quickly. By then, it's up to each of you. No, doubt you, how can you fight with Yuanying alone? If we want to go, let's go together. We can't live in the same year, month and day, but we want to die in the same year, month and day.
Yen immediately stepped forward, and the rest of the temple disciples were also enthusiastic and asked for a fight one after another.
Why? Would you like to have a couple of drinks and 3 kowtows? Died the same year, the same month, the same day? Can't you think about living well? It's not that you are not allowed to take part in the war, but you are in the way. Which one shall I protect? Isn't it going to be binding?
Tian's words are very hurtful and insulting, but the monks shut up one after another, and they are full of gratitude and admiration for Tian. It's not easy to be protected by a low-level monk, and they can't remember how many times Yi Tian saved their lives since he met Yi Tian. It's true that it's the same as death to fight against the old monsters in Yuanying realm with their accomplishments in Longmen realm.
Well, there's no need to be so pessimistic. I haven't lived enough. I dare to fight with Yuanying old devil.
I still have some confidence. Looking at the sad expression on the temple disciple's face, Yi Tian comforted him. Next, everyone flew silently, and no one spoke again. After more than 2 hours, Yi Tian slowed down, looked at a certain direction ahead and said, "Take a rest here for a moment. The transmission area has just appeared, and it is still more than 50 miles away.
You can't go too early.
Otherwise, if the situation changes, you will lose the chance to fish in troubled waters."
With that, Yi Tian himself flew forward for a distance, waiting for those heartworms he sent out to return.
On the way, his order has been sent out. All the temple disciples looked at Yi Tian's figure with mixed feelings. Along the way, they saw too many dead bodies.
The monks who entered into the world of 10,000 spirits came unalive.
At last, they turned into cold bodies and stayed in the world of 10,000 spirits forever.
But in the end, what will happen to them? No one knows, leaving them just silent.
All souls are quiet. But outside the world of souls, there was chaos. Around the Spirit Valley, from time to time, there are many escape lights, and there are even more monks gathered than the opening of the spirit world. In a few hours, the world of all souls will be closed, and the monks who enter it will be sent out. It's also a great opportunity for these monks who can't enter the world of all souls because their realm is too high. Every time the world of 10,000 souls is closed, there are such monks who buy spiritual materials on the spot, and the price is extremely high, which is hard to refuse.
So there are many monks who have gained something here.
Many friars were waiting outside the valley full of expectation, but some of them were very angry.
There are dozens of people gathered in the magic weapon of the main hall of the Temple of Light.
The 6 elders who were in charge before are also among them, but now he can only stand on the ground. Sitting on the jade chair is an old man with a white beard. At this time, the ground is full of broken pieces of jade slips, all of which are gray. It's the spirit cards of the disciples who died in the world of souls.
There's no one left. They're all dead in it.
This is a great disgrace to the Temple of Heaven. We must investigate it and find out the truth. This revenge will be avenged. The old man with white beard angrily threw a very delicate teapot on the stone table on the ground.
Yes, Elder, this situation is unexpected.
Although we don't know the situation of other forces, we will find out. The disciples who dare to calculate the Temple of Heaven are beating us elders in the face. Next to a woman wearing a red dress is also ugly face said.
No matter who did it, we must get this place back.
The old man with white beard snorted heavily.
He got up and left his seat and went out of the hall. The rest of the people followed him and came out.
Similar to the situation of the Temple of Light, it's happening everywhere in the Spirit Valley. It's a very serious matter for every sect and family that all the disciples who enter the world of all souls fall. Because of their own considerations, they blocked their own news and made various preparations for the things they didn't take over.
The last big war should start soon. At present, there are still 55 disciples alive. How many of them will survive?
In a magic cave, more than a dozen monks gathered to talk about the world of spirits. It was the old woman who was the medicine king in the temple. If Yi Tian was here, he would be surprised to find that the old man with white hair and white beard was also here. At this time, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, his hands twisted his beard, and said, "This time, it's too hasty to enter the world of 10,000 spirits. Many of the powerful disciples have no time to transfer over.
The fighting power of the disciples entering the world is still too weak. No matter how many disciples can come out alive, they must be well protected. We can't fall short in the end. We should have enough hands now."
Including him and the old woman, there were 5 monks in the spirit realm, and nearly 10 elder monsters.
No wonder he had such confidence.
However, the old woman shook her head slightly and said, "So far, so many disciples have survived. According to my estimation, they probably hid in a hidden place in order to protect themselves.
They didn't meet the disciples of other sects, otherwise there would not be so many left. I think it's better to be prepared and buy from other sects as much as possible. The old man with white hair and white beard was silent for a moment. He nodded his head. He agreed with the old woman. Then he said, "We're going out now. There shouldn't be much time to close the world." With his words, all the people in the cave, including the old woman, went out one after another. In the world of 10,000 spirits, Tian always observes the old-looking Yuanying Laogwei through the only 3 Liangxingkon left behind. He's in the teleportation zone of the spirit world, a flat valley of grass. Some fog didn't know where it came from, covered the green grass, and gradually formed a round fog disk. And gradually become heavy in the continuous slow rotation. The edge of the fog plate is extremely clear and clean, as if like a real plate, without any dense laxity. And the Yuanying old monster sat cross-knee in the fog, just waiting for the moment when the world of 10,000 spirits closed, and then sent out from here. Seeing that the fog tray became heavier and heavier, and the speed of rotation began to speed up gradually, Tian felt that it was almost time, and asked the temple disciples to fly to the valley where the fog tray was. They don't fly fast, and Tian is always paying attention to Yuanying old monster. More than 20 miles away from the valley, he saw Yuanying old monster slowly raise his head and look at his position. It's obvious that the other side's mind in the world of 10,000 spirits covers an area of more than 20 li, but the strange thing is that the elder baby just looked at it and continued to lower his head without any movement. He was still meditating with his knees crossed. Very cunning. Tian frowned and continued to fly forward. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Knowing the distance between the two sides, Tian makes a gesture to stop the disciples of the temple. At this distance, you can also see the situation in the fog tray with the naked eye. Remember, wait here, everything according to the memory of the previous account. Tian said, looked at the rotation in the fog tray and sped up to fly there. Listen to me, if that Taoist friend doesn't support us, let's rush over and fight with that old monster. Morong Ran looked at Tian Yuan's back and said softly. They all nodded in silence, their faces extremely dignified. Lioli Woolly Sealy, when it was only 3 miles away from the fog tray, Tian stopped, motioned and released more than 100 clematis, flying to the Yuanying old monster. The iron line ant was very fast, and the shadow came to the man in a flash, and went straight up. The old monster's figure suddenly rose from the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, powerful magic power broke out on his body. A circle of visible ripples of magic power spread around him, and all the more than 100 clematis in Yetian flew away, tens of feet away. Although no clematis died, but one by one the breath of dispirited, seems to be slightly injured. Tian's face became extremely ugly. The old monster was even more difficult than he expected. He only used these 100 wire ants to test the old monster. If these wire ants could circle with each other, he would release all the wire ants. But in this case, no matter how many wire ants there are, they are useless. After all, these spiritual pets are only 4 levels, which is only equivalent to the Jindan realm of the human friars, but their individual combat effectiveness can't be compared with that of the Jindan realm friars. At this time, he thought of a move. The wire ants will be recalled, but it is obvious that the injured wire ants, much slower than before. In this case, Morong Yan, Su Xiao and others in the rear looked at each other in despair. They all knew the power of the wire ant. Even the terrible Tian ants are vulnerable. If they go up, they will all be killed. No wonder thousands of monks who enter the world of spirits, except themselves, have not survived. In sight, the rotation speed of the fog disk is gradually speeding up, and the curve of deformation has begun to appear in the middle. It is estimated that it will soon become a fog vortex. At that time, the time of sealing the boundary will come, and the people who can enter the vortex will be spread out, and those who can't will stay in the realm forever. It seems that the old monster is sure that he will take risks in the past. He has never stepped out of the fog tray. Tianlu pondered, gritted his teeth and continued to fly to the fog tray. His mind had secretly locked the ghost mask in Shumi precepts. Whoosh! The old monster suddenly stretched out his hand for a while, and a terrible wind blade shot at him. The speed was almost blinking. Tian's figure flashed and avoided. If he hadn't been on guard, I'm afraid only this blade would have killed him. Son of a bitch.
It seems that the old monster is furious with the wind blade's blunder, and his figure flashes. He shoots at Yi Tian at an incredible speed.
It's time to show real skill. As soon as Yi Tian gritted his teeth, his figure flashed back.
In a flash, he took out the mask and took it to his face.
Ah!
No, however, the old monster, who had been near in that instant, suddenly seemed to cry out in great fear, and his body expanded rapidly. Yi Tian's heart is different, and he flies backward as fast as he can. Just after escaping 100 feet, the monk's body expands to the extreme, making a loud bang, and the flesh and blood splashes all over the sky.
This.
Yi Tian looks at the ghost mask in his hand, and is stunned in a moment. Obviously, all the sudden changes are due to the appearance of the ghost mask. The old man blew himself up.
It's weird. It's dead before you put it on your face? Yi Tian put the mask away again in a flash.
All of a sudden, Yi Tian's nose twitched and his face suddenly changed.
When the old monster existed, he didn't feel anything.
At this time, he smelled a strong dark breath.
Blood, darkness, decay, evil. This old monster is actually the Dark Friar. No wonder he used the spirit.
No, it should be controlled by the dark side, and this grimace mask is just forbidden in his body.
It's all untied. That should be the reason. Besides, there is no other possibility. Yi Tian's heart suddenly brightened.
He waved back and exclaimed, "Come here." However, he quickly took the injured ants back to Shumi Ring, and then flew to a certain place with a flash of his body. With a gesture, he waved a piece of Shumi Ring scattered on the ground in his hand.
It's the Shumi commandment worn by Yuanying Leagwei. Yi Tian quickly imprints his brand, and his mind penetrates into it.
He finds that there are not many things belonging to the old monster, but there are all kinds of Shumi commandments. This should be the spoils of the old monster's killing in the world of souls.
Yi Tian put it away happily.
At this time, Morong Yen and many temple disciples had already flown to the front.
Dao Yu, how did you kill the old monster?
Morong Yen was so excited at this time that she could not help asking as soon as she came near.
It's not appropriate to say more here.
If you go to the transmission area first, it's too unfair to delay the transmission if you go late. Yi Tianchao has gradually formed a whirlpool of fog disk, quietly put away the last 3 Liangxingkong, the first to fly into it. The rest of the people followed, the whirlpool spinning faster and faster. A moment of white light, people go to the mountain sky.
Come out, come out.
In the Spirit Valley, the dense white fog covers the whole valley, tens of miles around. Different from when the spirit world opened, the white fog on the valley formed hundreds of swirls, spinning rapidly. At a certain moment, suddenly someone cried out. In the whirlpool, a figure rose to the sky, flew up into the sky, stopped at the highest point, and then slowly fell down.
It's the temple people.
Outside of the valley, the 6 elders of the Temple of Light called out, and their bodies flashed towards the man. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 other figures also flew to the man who was flying out.
The speed was extremely fast. Fellow Taoists, what is this for? Do you have a bad heart for my temple disciples?
The old man with white hair was among them, but he quickly stepped in front of the friar and drank loudly without anger.
Why should Shui Daoyu be angry? We are just inquiring about the situation.
The 6 elders of the Temple of Light said with a heavy face. Then they flashed and rushed to the distance.
Another figure was sent out there. He doesn't want to deal with the old monster in this temple.
The old monster Shui has a big carving and has reached the 6th level, which is not easy to provoke.
Mr. Liu, what are you doing?
As soon as the 6 elders of the Temple of Light flew to the monk who was sent out, a nun behind him gave a loud shout, and then the figure flashed. The old woman of the temple chased him in front of him and stopped the others.
Well, this one is still from your temple?
The 6 elders of the Temple of Light glanced at the man who was sent out, and his expression was stunned.
Since it belongs to the temple, I will ignore it.
The 6 elders of the Temple of Light retreated with a cold hum.
Another one came out. This is still from the temple. This is also from the temple. This one is from the temple.
The speed of transmission began to speed up, and sometimes there were 2 or 3 people transmitting from different vortices at the same time.
All temple people.
Most of the monks outside the valley gathered at the edge of the fog, dozens of miles around, and there were monks of different realms everywhere. A voice shouts out, "Call to break to be transmitted the origin of the 10,000 spirit world friar." A lot of people happened to cast their eyes on a mountain far away, where the monks of the temple gathered. All the forces that enter the world know that all their own people have fallen, but they don't know that the disciples of other forces are the same.
This is the asymmetry in the eyes of information. Who another whirlpool spurted out a wave of air, and a figure rushed into the sky. This is still a monk in the temple. It's so damned evil. They are all people in the temple. Someone's starting to blow up dirty holes.
Who almost at the same time, a whirlpool not far away also erupted majestic waves, but this time, no one was seen flying out. Little moving sign. The friar hid his breath and used a small moving sign. When they were trying to find the monk, a man suddenly pointed to a light door in the sky and called, "Have a look." A monk gave a loud shout, and in a moment, 20 or 30 figures flew to the place where the door was closed. At this time, the light door had already flashed and disappeared in the sky, and no trace could be found. The figures were in the air for a meal, then scattered around, flying in different directions, and soon disappeared.
Ha ha, it's mysterious. I don't know which sect's friars don't want to be seen.
The old man with white hair and white beard in the temple, looking back from a distance, came to a new disciple and sent him back to the peak where the monks gathered. Gradually, more and more monks were sent out, perhaps due to different accomplishments, perhaps due to different transmission speed or transmission area. In short, somehow, there was a small time difference between transmitters. But now, the friars who couldn't wait to come up and contact the transporter retreated one after another, just watching quietly at the edge of the fog. Up to now, all the monks sent out are disciples of the temple, without exception.
If there is an exception, it can only be the one who has been sent away.
As for whether he is a disciple of the temple, it is still uncertain. All the friars here silently looked at the busy temple friars above the fog in the valley and took back the friars one by one. Some of the onlookers clenched their fists, some were livid, some were confused, and some looked at the temple with hatred in their eyes. Some people started to move and flew to the peak where the temple monks were temporarily stationed to discuss the purchase of spiritual materials. A moment later, the monks sent out from the world of all souls gradually became sparse, and finally no one appeared.
But the onlookers were still waiting.
Until this time, they still did not see a non-temple friar sent out.
But gradually, everyone was disappointed.
There was a dull noise in the fog, and the whole valley seemed to shake. The rotation speed of the fog vortex above the valley gradually slows down, and the adjacent vortices begin to merge slowly. Until the end, all the vortices disappear and merge together completely, becoming a large area of indistinguishable fog, which is slowly dissipating. With the past experience, from that loud sound, the world of all souls has been sealed, and no friars will send it out. By this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the peak where the monks of the temple were, and some people were flying there one after another.
Everyone, please step aside. I've said that we don't sell spiritual materials today. If we sell them in the future, it will be advertised and there will be no omission. On the mountain peak, the old woman had put away her magic weapon cave. She burst out a strong momentum and made a way in front of her, ready to dissuade many monks. Ga. There was a clear sound in the sky, and a big sculpture like a hill flew from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the top of the people's heads and fell down. The friars below dodged one after another, leaving an open space. My disciples, Deng Diao. The old man with white hair and white beard said in a loud voice, urging his disciples. In the crowd, Morong Yen, Su Shao, Tu Jun, almost all the temple disciples who came out of the Spirit Valley were looking around for Yi Tian's figure. Unfortunately, I didn't see any trace. Even the nun who was sent out with Yi Tian almost at the same time knew nothing about Yi Tian's whereabouts, because after experiencing the powerful crushing force of space, she suddenly flew into the valley, and her six senses were not clear. She had lost her keen sense of the outside world. In particular, the fog is tens of miles around,
and few people pay attention to the episode in that small space. At the old man's urging, the disciples flew to the carving back one after another with a disappointed expression.
Wait, the disciples of the temple can't leave for the moment.
Suddenly an old voice rang out, and a group of friars flew over and landed in front of the carving.
What? Are the people in the temple of heaven ready to take charge of the affairs of the temple? Are you at the end of your good life? The old man with white hair and white beard in the temple, his eyes sweeping coldly, finally fell on a friar with white beard in front of him, and his voice said coldly. The monk named Sun is the great elder of the Temple of Light. He is also the later cultivation of the spirit realm.
Old Shui is not afraid of him.
Of course, the temple is not afraid of the temple of heaven. Even if the temple is powerful, I'm afraid if I don't give you an explanation today, I won't let you leave easily.
The voice sounded again, this time from another group of monks who were flying.
Haha, Sanling Mountain? Dongxian Market? Are you here to join in the fun? Is it possible to seek death?
The old man sneered, pinched the key with one hand, and a sword light appeared out of thin air. The air suddenly became bigger, and turned into a giant sword 3 feet long. He secretly bullied and broke out with amazing momentum, ready to chop at any time. The elder of the Temple of Heaven replied coldly, "Who old monster Shui, it's not necessarily good for your temple to start here.
Even if you have all the magic power, can you protect all your disciples? We just need to know the truth of what happened in the world of 10,000 souls, who our disciples died of, and who was the person who used the little moving rune. Do the disciples of the temple dare not know these questions?
I suspect that all those who enter the world of all souls will die at the hands of your temple disciples. You disciples of the temple have never entered the Wuling Valley since it was opened. But this time, all of a sudden, only the disciples of the temple returned safely.
If you don't have any conspiracy, who will believe it? Yes, Qingyuan Cave also needs an explanation from the temple.
There is also Dansha Blessed Land.
No matter how powerful the temple is, you may not dare to touch people's anger? Plus the land of spiritual emptiness, we also need a truth. There is also Hualing Valley. If the temple doesn't make it clear, you will never leave here safely today. And Shenjianzong. Plus Qian Koan Wu.
For a moment, hundreds of monks were away from the temple in all directions, and all of them pressed their confessions to the temple.
Do you want a full-scale war on the temple?
When is the temple threatened by you? Old Shui had white beard, white hair, and no wind. He suddenly made a gesture, and the big sword in the air suddenly fell down.
It is as powerful as a rainbow. No one could have imagined that old Shui said he would do it.
Faced with so many sects, he resolutely put out his sword.
Immediately, the crowd was in a great chaos and the figures regressed.
But there are still people who slow down and are killed on the top of the mountain. The monk who died was a disciple of Dansha Blessed Land. In the early years of Yuanying's cultivation, in fact, the targets of old Shui's attack were all Dansha Blessed Land monks.
Here, the relationship between the various sects is extremely delicate. The alliance of Dongxian Market, Sanling Mountain, and Guangtian Temple is a dead enemy to Dansha Fudi.
Although Dansha Blessed Land is stronger than any of the three families, it is much worse than the temple.
To Dansha Fudi, it's just killing the chickens and frightening the monkeys. No one will come out for him.
Sure enough, Dansha Fudi was killed by a monk in Yuanying, and the rest of the forces fled to the distance to watch the development. But Shui Leagui is again sacrifice huge sword, mouth dranke, kill. At this time, the 4 monks, including the old woman, joined hands to kill the blessed land of Dansha. However, the wings of the big carving were open, protecting the children of the temple under the wings. It was a very short fight, but the momentum was very powerful. There were only 2 spiritual cultivation of more than a dozen monks in Dansha Blessed Land. Almost in a flash, 6 bodies were left, and the rest fled. Among the 6 people who died, there were 2 Yuanying monks, and the other 4 were disciples of Jindanjing. In front of the old ghosts, these monks have no power to protect themselves. The monks in the temple did not catch up with him. He stepped back with his flying sword, looked at the monks around him and said with a sneer, "You need to explain."
Okay, I'll give you an explanation today.
All the monks who entered the world of all souls were killed by the disciples of our temple. The one who left with the little moving rune was also a disciple of our temple. The truth of the matter is that my temple disciples have achieved great success.
It's only a small test to enter the world. How about dozens of people killing thousands of monks to give you some color? Are you satisfied? Impossible? How can dozens of you kill thousands of monks?
Someone in the crowd yelled, but because of the noise and confusion, it was impossible to tell who yelled. Since you all know that it's impossible, you still come to trouble us.
Do you want to die?
If anyone dares to stop him, he will kill him directly.
Old Shui looks very angry.
Then he reaches out his hand and holds the sword in his hand, waiting for the disciples to climb the carving. Then he took the lead and flew up into the sky. The giant eagle then slowly flew up into the sky and flew to the distance under the protection of many monks. The monks of all sects who came to ask questions watched the people in the temple leave, but no one came forward to stop them.
No one wanted to do evil with the temple first.
After all, the example of Dansha blessed land is there.
Wait, the people who killed me in Dansha Fudi want to leave here?
Flying out of a short distance, I saw a circle of water like ripples in the sky in front of me suddenly emerged out of thin air, and then a human figure passed through the circle of ripples, just like passing through a gate, appeared in front of De Diao out of thin air.
This man looks about 40 years old. He has black hair and a Confucian robe.
His face is shaved with a knife. His skin is swarthy, his eyes are pure and introverted, and he has 2 deep lines. The Great Friar of Yupujing.
Master of Dansha, Qin Yuxiao, Senior Qin. In the mountain crowd, someone breathes out a low voice.
It's obvious that the water ripples in the sky are the situation that someone is exerting the magic power of Big Move.
Only when the cultivation reaches the Jade Pu realm can the big move be performed.
It's a magic power with thousands of miles in one step. Since he is the Great Friar of Yupujing in Dansha, even if he has not met Qin Yuxiao himself, he knows who he is. Qin Yuxiao finished that sentence, his eyes were staring at the people in the temple coldly, and his momentum was rising slowly. It seemed that he was about to move next moment. And at this time, suddenly not far away, ripples in the air again, a short man emerged out of thin air.
Another Great Friar in Yupujing.
On the peak, someone screamed again, then shut up and watched the development. There is only one Great Friar of Yupu in Dansha Blessed Land.
Obviously, this man is not from Dansha Blessed Land. Qin Yuxiao, is there no one in my temple?
As soon as the strong man with short stature appeared, he called the name of the Lord of Dansha's blessed land.
The King of Change? Qin Yu's eyebrows wrinkled. This is the first time he has seen the great monk of Yupu.
The temple has always been mysterious, no one knows how powerful it is, but the strength it has shown has made people look at it with new eyes.
How can I change my figure?
Since Qin Yuxiao is ready to give a hand to the younger generation, I will accompany you. The strong man said in a broken gong voice.
It's okay. Then we should learn the way of Dao Yu.
But when it comes to you and me, there's no need to fight between life and death, just one move. Being challenged in public, Qin Yuxiao certainly can't show weakness, but his agreement on a move is already showing timidity. They are all old monsters who have been practicing for many years.
Anyone who opens his mouth knows what to think.
However, the strong man with short stature ignored him and said with a smile, when you come to your realm, it's not 8 Yupu realms to attack and kill the Red Emperor Yi Tian, Fairy Ningyao and Qin Yuxiao.
Do you want to be shameless?
I'll fight with you, only life and death.
Do you have a grudge against me?
Qin Yuxiao was annoyed when she was exposed and ran. It's you who want to fight my temple disciples and say I have a grudge against you. With these words, the man with unprovoked figure suddenly hit Qin Yuxiao with a fist.
This fist seems to be ordinary. It seems that the void is distorted.
The air turns into a huge vortex, which contains great power.
Qin Yuxiao also punches to meet the strong man's fist. They are only 3 or 4 feet apart. Their fists collide, but they make a loud bang.
The clouds and clouds in the sky changed, and the surging mana waves collapsed everywhere. The mountains in the distance were affected and collapsed, and countless dust splashed on the ground, as if it had exploded. Fortunately, the disciples of the temple had been far away when the strong man appeared, otherwise they would surely suffer from the disaster of pond fish. Looking at the two men who fought, the strong man retreated slightly under the strong impact, while Qin Yuxia was flying up and out of 6 or 7 feet in succession.
Make a decision.
Qin Yuxiao said nothing, a big move, disappeared in the circle of ripples.
Then, the strong man laughed and disappeared out of thin air.
The crowd watching from afar were stunned.
Today, the temple is really very powerful.
It became famous in the First World War. It can be used by the 3 generations of old, middle-aged and young people. The old woman sat beside Morongyan and said with a smile, "Tell me, what happened in the world of 10,000 spirits?
Why didn't any of the other sects come out?"
Morongyan has not yet spoken, but Yi Tian's figure appears in her mind for the first time. At this time, Yi Tian was flying towards the blessed place of Qingming. As soon as he came out of the world of 10,000 spirits, he used the little moving sign to get to the place more than 2,000 miles away from the valley of 10,000 spirits.
Fortunately, although there are some deviations from the direction of Qingming Blessed Land, it is not quite the opposite. Just adjust the direction a little, no need to turn back.
The trip to the world of 10,000 spirits, especially after the capture of Shumi commandment from the old spirit baby monster, was a successful and far beyond expectation.
Yi Tian doesn't plan to go to the palace dresswoman in the temple now to ask for the reward for treating poison. It's not too late to find it when you need it. He wanted to return to the earth as soon as possible. After all, he came out of the world, and many people wanted to fight against him. In particular, the Dark Friar in Yuan Infant Realm died in it, which is likely to attract the attention of the Dark Lord. All of these factors add up, and now returning to Earth is the best choice. You can come at any time after the storm.
Midway through, he had changed the clothes of the disciples of the temple, and changed his appearance into a middle-aged man with a very common appearance. As for Shumi commandment, he carefully examined the old strange Shumi commandment in Yuanying state, and found that this commandment was more advanced, and there was a hidden spirit rune on it, which could avoid the leakage of the breath in the Sathing commandment and would not be noticed. In this case, although there are a lot of Shumi commandments in it, Yi Tian is not worried about anything.
During the flight, Yi Tian suddenly frowned.
In the distance, there were 2 people flying here very fast.
Looking at the speed, it's the same as the old monster in the world of spirits. More than 2,000 miles away, less than half of the world of souls. At this point, Yi Tian knew that he was not out of danger.
Maybe other monks would find themselves in various ways. He was not sure whether the 2 monks were aiming at himself, so he deflected a direction and tried to avoid their straight flight direction. However, with the change of his route, the 2 monks also adjusted their flight route and soon arrived at Yi Tian.
There are too many secrets about Yi Tian.
In the face of the 2 Yuanying, he really doesn't grasp the whole body. Just as the 2 friars stopped, his figure flashed, which once again inspired a small moving sign to send away quickly. It should be him. See a circle of ripples. Yi Tian disappeared from the light door. One of the round-faced middle-aged friars stamped his feet. Yi Tian sent too fast, he had no time to intercept. Yes, the cultivation below the golden elixir comes from the direction of the Wuling Valley. He has a small moving rune in his hand.
He uses his magic power to change his appearance.
He doesn't dare to meet the friars and runs away directly.
All this information is consistent with the appearance of the man. Maybe it's him without soul searching. Another blue monk with pockmarked face said with a turn of his eyes. Elder Martial Brother Yu, do you want to inform the clan and spread the search around this place?
The round-faced monk thought for a moment and asked. He has always been friendly with Elder Martial Brother Yu, who is resourceful and safe. He seldom suffers losses when he goes out with him, so he always asks for the advice of Elder Martial Brother Yu. However, the friar surnamed Yu shook his head when he heard the words, "This man comes out of the world of Wanling Valley.
He must have a lot of wealth.
If he informs the clan, he is likely to make wedding clothes for others.
It's better for us to search separately. No matter who gets them first, they will share equally with each other. Catch the living, keep his mark of Shumi commandment, and then search their souls separately, so that they will be clear. Well, it's absolutely safe to rely on the elder Martial Brother.
Even if I don't do it, I naturally trust him too much," the round-faced friar said with a smile. After discussing with the friar surnamed Yu, he found a way to escape. However, they did not expect that Yi Tian was thousands of miles away. This time, the transmission distance of small moving symbol is very long, and the transmission direction makes Yi Tian depressed. It was sent to the east in the opposite direction of Qingming Blessed Land, all the way across the location of the Spirit Valley. Just sent over, Yi Tian was surprised to find that the distance from Heifeng City was only more than 1,000 li. After confirming his position, he made a little calculation. If he went back to Qingming, he would need to fly 8,000 miles, cross the area of Wanling Valley, and then walk more than 100,000 miles to reach the coast. Thinking that in the west, one's own whereabouts may have been exposed, and a low-level monk alone along the way is likely to encounter interrogation or soul-searching. Now it is more dangerous to return. It's better to stay out of the limelight for a while. After making up his mind, Yi Tian changed his clothes and became an honest and amiable middle-aged monk. Then he drove a very ordinary flying sword and looked around in the nearby mountains. Finally, a pool was found under a cliff. Here is a good place for Dian. Before entering the pool, Yi Tian habitually released his mind and explored the neighborhood, but found no danger. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. When he saw a big tree 10 feet away, Yi Tian was startled. If he didn't show Yuan Tianian, he might not have been able to find that there was a middle-aged monk staring at himself. From the breath, I feel that I have the cultivation of golden elixir. Danti Yetian, you are Danti Yetian. Before Yi Tian has a reaction, the monk blurts out Yi Tian's identity. With that, a circle of ripples appear around him, and he even uses the small moving rune to escape. Yi Tian is extremely depressed. A golden elixir is scared away by a monk who is at the top of the sea view. In this way, you can see that the other party really recognizes his identity. Practitioners have a lot of talents. For example, the monk in the golden elixir realm just now was able to conceal that he had to use the source eye to see. Some people, no matter how the monks changed their appearance, could restore their original appearance through their eyesight. Some people are very sensitive to breath and taste and are good at tracking. For example, he is particularly gifted in spirit material and elixir, surpassing almost all monks and directly becoming the existence at the top of the pyramid. Yi Tian is not sure which method the golden elixir monk used to recognize himself, but if he can tell his name, it will never be out of thin air. You can't stay here any longer. Yi Tian is very sorry for this place, so he changes his appearance again and uses a small moving symbol again to send it randomly. He can't leave a trail here to avoid being tracked. In front of a burst of light and shadow flow, the transmission of Yi Tian only feel a steady step, fell somewhere, and then in front of the scene clear up. Ah, then a woman screamed. At this time, Yi Tian has found out where he is. It turns out that in the back garden of a wealthy family, several women are bathing in a clear water pool in red belly pockets. The cry came from the mouths of the women. How embarrassing. Yi Tianban didn't mean to send it in by mistake. It wasn't his intention. Even before he came to see what those women looked like and whether they were young, he wanted to leave here. Just when he was ready to escape, a woman suddenly said, "Shangxian, don't you mean never peek?" Shangxian is the common people's name for friars. It's like this in Fengsuan spiritual realm. Although there are many friars, it's too mysterious for ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, the various supernatural powers of the practitioners are absolutely immortal signs, miracles, and worships. But the cultivator cultivates a vast amount of supernatural power, and cultivates a long and lasting life. He seldom intersects with mortals too much. And these women are obviously ordinary people. Moreover, Yi Tian smelled something unusual. Is it the so-called Shangxian who let you bathe here? Yi Tian turned around and asked the women, 5 young women to be exact. At this time, they had squatted in the water, so that the pool did not go over their shoulders, hands covered in the chest. Yes, aren't you the immortal? A woman came back in bewilderment. If you don't want to die, put on your clothes. The water will kill you. Yi Tian turned to avoid suspicion. Soon, he heard the sound of water and clothes. After a while, he heard someone talking. Shangxian, what do you mean? Aren't you with the immortal?
Yi Tian did not answer her question, but directly asked, "Do you feel tired and sleepy after every bath, and always want to have a big sleep?" "Well, how do you know?"
First there was silence, and then a woman timidly admitted it. Yi Tian turned around and looked at the 5 young girls who were dressed neatly in front of him.
He continued, "Many people in this city should have been taken away by the immortal, you said?" "Including men, yes. Shangxian said it could help us become immortal."
It seems to hear the meaning of Yi Tian's words, and the girl who answers starts to be a little scared.
"Did Shangxian say when he would come back?" Yi Tian continued to ask.
Just now, he released his mind, covering a radius of 30 to 40 li. He found that this is a pure city inhabited by mortals, and he didn't feel the existence of monks. When he first came here, he thought it was Haifeng City.
Now, it's not.
In the evening, the immortal said that he would take us away in the evening.
The woman returned with a trembling voice. "Well, you don't have to be afraid. Now you can talk about the immortal. He is doing something bad to you, but I can save you." Yi Tian began to be good at persuasion.
Since he encountered such a thing, he had to take care of it. Just when Yi Tian inquired about the women, in a hall far away, Morong Yen and Su Xiao stood on the ground respectfully. In the front seat, there were 5 monks of spirit-transforming realm, including Shui Leagui and Yao Wang, who appeared in the Wulingu. According to what you said before, shortly after that man appeared, the Yuanying Leagui who mingled with the world of spirits exploded and died.
Are you sure that man really only had the cultivation of Guanheijing? The questioner is Mr. Shui.
After listening to Morong Yen and Su Xiao talking about what happened in the world of 10,000 spirits, Mr. Shui asks in doubt. Yes, he took the elixir right in front of me, and then made a breakthrough. In this case, he could not have hidden his accomplishments. Moreover, it also said that the Yuanying old monster entered the world of all souls only by using the spirit-subduing skill.
What? Do you think that monk still knows the secret of psychics? The old woman suddenly asked.
Yes, he is far more knowledgeable and powerful than other monks in Longmen. If not for his help, I'm afraid we will stay in the world of spirits forever like all other monks, let alone bring back so many spiritual talents.
While Morong Yen was talking, the figure appeared again.
In a moment, she felt disappointed.
I don't know if she can see it again in this life. Well, worm. It seems that I have never heard of this person. Is it the Friar of Yulingzong? They are the only ones who are good at controlling the spirit insects and spirit beasts, but it is impossible for a monk to control the 4th order spirit insects?
Old Shui said to himself in bewilderment.
Almost at the same time, in the hall of some mysterious space, a friar came to a mass of dense black fog, bowed and said, "Lord, my subordinates should have seen the Red Emperor Yi Tian." "Oh? Are you sure it's Dante Yetian? This is the 2nd time that the king has heard about him." The figure in the black fog made a surprised voice.
"My subordinates were not sure at the beginning, but they felt that they could not be wrong. By the Lord's order, I went to Wanling Valley to find out the cause of Wan Zunyu's death, although there was no result. But in the mountains near Haifeng City, I met a monk who used Huarong technique. His subordinates restored his appearance. Although his skin was a little dark, his facial features were exactly the same as those of Yi Tian. Moreover, from him, his subordinates also sensed the breath of Ningyao Fairy."
Yes, I can be sure about it by combining the two. The Lord knows that even Friar Yuaning can't detect his breath collection and tracking skills. I followed him to a pool in the mountain, as if he wanted to escape into the ground. However, at that time, his subordinates were discovered. Then I revealed his identity. From his reaction, it was indeed Dante Yetian.
After a moment's silence in the dark fog, he said, "In this case, tell me why you can come back alive." The friar continued, "Although it is certain that the friar is Dante Yi Tian, it is strange that his bone age is only about 212 years old, and his cultivation is only at the peak of sea view. Moreover, after careful observation, it's definitely not to give up. It's very strange that the body and soul are naturally integrated. Moreover, I also felt a very dangerous smell from him, so I directly used the small moving sign to leave the mountain." The black fog was silent again. After a long time, a voice came out, the fall of Yi Tian and Ning Yao has been verified by my king.
It's true. But since you have this discovery, there seems to be another possibility. It is said that there is a magical phenomenon called time and space travel. Before the soul dissipates, there will be a wisp of ghost who will return to the past due to the disorder of time and space. This ghost can only take away the memory of life, but it can't take away cultivation. Well, the Yi Tian you see is probably the one who has experienced the adversity of time and space. His cultivation must have been recultivated. It's really not easy to reach the peak of the sea view at the age of 212. I'm afraid that he is a top-notch existence in all the heavens. However, just a sea view, you have nothing to fear, but with some memory, and you are the golden elixir. Yes, I was too careful. I wanted to report the news to the Lord, so I came back at the first time.
Why don't you go down and take him back?
The friar finished his explanation in terror and asked tentatively. You don't have to do anything about Yi Tian. You're only responsible for finding out the cause of Wan Zuenyo's death. It's really strange that he, a monk in Yuanying, died in the world of spirits. There was a trace of sullen voice in the black fog. Yes, I'll start with the disciples who will enter the pantheon of the universal spirit world to investigate. If there is nothing else, I will leave. The friar said. Seeing that the people in the black fog didn't speak, he retreated quietly.
Xuanji.
The monk walked for a long time, and the man in the dark fog finally spoke again.
Lord Xuanji comes in gracefully.
You heard Guiyin's words. Go to arrange for people to spread the news, including his journey through time and space and his rebirth. The more detailed, the better.
So that people can believe it. Yi Tian can't stay here, otherwise it will be more terrible than the former Emperor Dan. Let's leave the matter of eradicating Yi Tian to the people who once killed him. I believe they will be uneasy when they know the news. No matter what the result is, I want to make a mess in the spirit area. When the people in the black fog finished, there were a few laughs. Why Yi Tian didn't know what happened here. At this time, he had heard the young women tell the story and let them leave. A strange drug has been put into the pool. Yi Tian's sensitivity to the drug can be distinguished by a little smell. This kind of medicine can seize people's life and accelerate people's aging. If it is soaked for a long time, it will gradually die. It's just a bad excuse to wash away the dust and help people become immortals. How to fight among friars is the matter of practitioners after all, but to attack these mortals is absolutely to be punished by heaven. Yi Tian can't stand it.
Moreover, according to the women, many people have been soaked in the pool, which was bought by the Immortal and used for many years.
From time, Yi Tian can judge how many mortals will be poisoned.
Let 5 women back to the room. Yi Tian also went to the front yard to find a room, perform hidden kill, hide, and sent 4 Liangsingkong to the outside to investigate the situation. This is a very broad house. It can be seen that the former owner of the house must be very powerful. But now the whole house is quiet, like a dead house. Nearly midnight, Yi Tian suddenly opens his eyes and moves out of the room. In the night, a figure came quickly from a distance and fell in front of the 5 women's house.
Yi Tian is a very young monk. He was a monk in the early stage of the sea realm.
Unexpectedly, Yi Tian felt a strong dark atmosphere from him. It's the dark friar. The monk didn't notice the existence of Yi Tian at all, so he was easily controlled by the invisible Yi Tian. He clapped his hand on his elixir field and wasted years of cultivation. Then, in the courtyard, Yi Tian's palm pressed on the man's head and began to search for his soul. More than half an hour later, Yi Tian spits out the magic power on his palm, shatters his head, takes off the Shumi ring on his finger, and takes out a magic cave from it after his soul recognizes the Lord. When you come to the back garden, Yi Tian enlarges the cave. In the original open garden, there is a huge loft building. He went in with a gloomy face, and there were hundreds of men and women in the attic, huddled together in groups.
All of them are skinny and have no human appearance.
Seeing Yi Tian coming in, they leaned back in fear and lowered their heads.
No one dared to speak.
Yi Tian stood in the same place, his eyes slowly swept through the crowd, and forced his anger to say, "Don't be afraid, brothers and sisters.
The people who hurt you have been killed by me. From now on, you are free.
Those people are still very afraid of numbness, looked at Yi Tian, no one said anything. You go out here and have a look at the original world, and I will try to recover your body. Yi Tian persuades these people for a long time to get them out of the attic. Then Yi Tian called the 5 young women to show them what they had become. At the sight of these people and ghosts, the 5 women started to cry. You are so lucky to meet this benefactor so early. A woman in good condition said to 5 women chokingly. Well, please 5, go and find something to eat. It seems that they have been hungry for a long time. Yi Tian said. There's no food here. A woman shook her head. Well, wait for me a moment. With that, Yi Tian's figure disappeared from the original place, but he soon came back. With a wave of his hand, he put piles of rice noodles and vegetables in the kitchen. www.novelhall.com, the fastest update of the. Until nearly early in the morning, all the people had soup and porridge. At this time, Yi Tian had already refined 10 pills. A white elixir is thrown into the pool first. This elixir can dissolve the drugs in the pool. The other 9 pills are pills to promote the recovery of life, all of which are put into the pool by Yi Tian. Later, Yi Tian added 3 drops of Zhaohua liquid to it. Do these well, Yi Genius let everyone help each other, into the pool. There has long been a strong vitality in the pool. What Yi Tian has to do is to return these vitality and replenish their vitality. Time goes by bit. 3 or 4 hours later, people came ashore one after another. At this time, people have been completely different from before, all of them have recovered their strength, are no longer skin and bone, and are in a good mental state. Although compared with the healthy time, there is still a lot of gap, but after a certain period of recovery, it is sure to recover as before. Can achieve this degree, already is the limit that Leaf Day can pay. If you give them Chuanghua liquid directly, they will recover immediately. But Yi Tian's Chuanghua liquid is life-saving liquid. There are too many people here, and Yi Tian can't afford to consume it. Even so, it consumed a lot of his talent. Fortunately, he came out of the world of 10,000 spirits. Otherwise, without talent, Yi Tian would be helpless. For now, all they need is time. Look at everyone's action. Yi Tian took out some gold bars to give them, let them go home. There are all these people living in, and Yi Tian can't send them back one by one. In this way, all the talents left the compound with great gratitude. When everyone is gone, Yi Tian's face is more and more ugly. Friar of Darkness. His teeth rattled. Seize the vitality of ordinary people and cultivate their skills. After seizing life, these people were refined into blood puppets for some kind of cruel sacrifice. In doing so, the Dark Friar almost lost his humanity. We don't know how many dens there are in the square-inch spiritual realm. Every day, a large number of mortals are sent into the Dark Abyss to accept the more tragic fate. Unfortunately, the Dark Abyss is the stronghold of the Dark Friars, in which the strong are like clouds. Now Yi Tian is powerless. The Dark Friars who did this did not meet each other, and Yi Tian did not know where the other strongholds were. Although he was anxious, he was powerless. Or the strength is too weak. Yi Tian sighed, put away the magic weapon cave, then jumped into the pool and ran down to the earth. Although the work of this magic weapon cave is rough, it is still a magic weapon after all, and its use is not small. If the Dark Friars didn't do it, I'm afraid it would not be their turn to have such a good thing. After hundreds of feet underground, Yi Tian creates space and enters the spacetime tower. Yi Tian, where are we? Is it still in the world of souls? As soon as he came in, Qin Luoshan asked with surprise. It seems that she hasn't practiced in this period of time, just waiting for herself. No, I've left the world of 10,000 spirits, and now I'm still in the realm of spirit. I wanted to return to the earth, but I had a little trouble. I'll stay for a while and then make plans. Yi Tian returns simply. Good. That's good. Qin Luoshan said twice, do you know? I'm worried to death. I'm afraid that if you can't get out of the world, there will be another accident. Yi Tian rubbed Qin Luoshan's head and said with a smile, silly girl, don't worry, I know it. Even if I die, I will release you first, or you may be buried with me. By the way, is Xianyu enough?
Qin Luotian nodded. There are many more, enough for the time being.
The Lingyu mentioned by Yi Tian is not for the cultivation of Qin Luotian, but for the operation of the spacetime tower.
The field of the spacetime tower depends entirely on Lingyu as energy, which costs a lot. Yi Tian also gave Qin Luotian many spirit jade, let her change regularly. After greeting Yu Qing and Yu Chan again, Yi Tian's eyes fall on Xiao Li Zi, who was still sleeping.
It's like I can't wake up forever.
Then, Yi Tian ignored it and began to do his own business. Qin Luotian knows that every time Yi Tian comes in, he must have something to deal with or encounter danger. Otherwise, there are so many things to do, and Yi Tian has no time. The first thing Yi Tian did was to give pills to more than 1100 clematis. Yi Tian urgently needs them to change again and break out a greater fighting capacity.
In the world of 10,000 souls, the first exploration with the elder monster shows that the current Tian ant is still too weak. As for the clematis who had already taken the pill, Yi Tian tried it. When he took the pill again, he didn't fall asleep. Moreover, the improvement of his strength was gradual and steady.
Although the speed was not slow, there was no explosive growth of taking the pill for the first time, and now, in his spirit beast ring, Yi Tian keeps enough spirit jade all the time. After being eaten by spirit insects, Yi Tian can improve his cultivation as much as possible. Later, Yi Tian began to count the seized Shumi commandments. It's a long and patient affair. After all, there were too many Shumi commandments captured from Yuanying Leagui in the last battle.
Some of them are empty and have nothing.
Yi Tian recognizes that some of them are thrown away after they have been transferred.
Maybe it was picked back by the old monster. There are many different things in most Shumi precepts.
I don't know how long it took for Yi Tian to stretch his arm and stretch his waist a little tired.
Finally, all the counting work has been completed.
But there was a satisfied smile on his face.
There are more than 3,100 Shumi commandments, a huge fortune.
Lingyu alone adds up to 1.4 million yuan. Each of those friars didn't have a lot of Lingyu, many of which were thousands, and few of which were dozens.
But the number of people who can't stand it is huge. It's an astronomical number. Yi Tian took every 100,000 yuan as a unit and earned it in Shumi bag.
Yi Tian seized hundreds of these Shumi bags, which are enough to use. There are countless spiritual tools and magic weapons, which are arranged in more than a dozen sutras by Yi Tian. These are the wealth of the future Miluo Palace.
Little moving sign 167. This is also a huge number.
Yi Tian guesses that it is very likely that those friars were killed by the Yuanying old monster before they could use the small moving symbol, otherwise they would not have left these things.
Death Talisman, there are only 3 in it. This number is absolutely small. In the picture sent back from Heart to Heart, Yi Tian has seen a monk use Death Talisman to survive. It is estimated that these 3 pictures were dead before they could be used. The rest of the refining materials, monster materials, are also very large. Yi Tian is most concerned about spiritual materials. There are as many as 7,000 jade boxes alone, and even several spiritual materials have reached the level of Seracia Grosvenorii, which are extremely precious. This surprised Yi Tian a lot. Among these spiritual materials seized, they have different functions, and not a few of them can assist Yi Tian and spiritual insects in refining. But most of them are useless to Yi Tian for the time being, because the level of Linkai is low, which is suitable for the early and middle stage of Dongfu or Guanhai. For example, Qin Luotian. Even so, it has far exceeded Yi Tian's expectations. Put these spiritual materials Yi Tian into different categories, put labels on them, and finally check the Shumi commandment of the Yuanying old monster. There are only a few hundred pieces of Lingyu in it. It seems that the Yuanying old monster is not very good. There are only 3 magic weapons, not even a half-immortal soldier. But Yi Tian found a jade slip in it. Under curiosity, Yi Tian pastes the jade slips on his forehead and looks at them. When he reads the contents, Yi Tian's face becomes dignified. After a while, the jade slips moved away from her forehead and began to ponder. This jade slip is not something like Gongfa or Shufa, but the old monster's legacy. In the jade slips, he claimed to be Wan Zuinyo, a Sanshio.
He was captured by the Shura king family under the command of the Dark Lord, and was severely forbidden in his body, forcing him to do some evil things. If one day, he fell, I hope those who have been hurt by him don't resent him. If they want revenge, they will seek revenge from the king of Shura. What's more, it also said that the forbidden friars like him didn't know how much they were. The king of Shura did a lot of secret actions and was brewing a big conspiracy. The specific Wanzun friends didn't know so much. There must be something hateful about a poor man. Yi Tian doesn't feel for people like Wanzuenyo. He would rather die than do what he doesn't want to do. It's too mean to expect revenge from others after he died while living a loathing life. However, the news here aroused Yi Tian's attention. Yi Tian doesn't know what the big plot of the Dark One is. But Yi Tian knows that they are sending dark monks to Earth one after another, which may be part of the plot. What's more, their unbridled plundering of mortals and making blood puppets are enough to illustrate some problems. The dark monk who searched for his soul, because his level was too low, had very limited knowledge, and Yi Tian had very limited access to valuable things. Thinking of Wanzuenyo, Yi Tian gestured and took out the mask. I didn't expect that this object could detonate the ban in Wanzuenyo's body. Doesn't it mean that it can also detonate the monks who have been banned the same way? Yi Tian thought so, and looked at the mask carefully, confirming that there was no change before entering the square-inch field. It seems that the ban of detonating 10,000 distinguished friends is not used once. Huasu once said that wearing it on the face can promote 3 levels. Taking it out and wearing it on his face are obviously 2 different things. Safely put away the mask, and Yi Tian began to think about alchemy and improving his strength. Time goes by bit. Yi Tian, who finished refining pills, began to swallow pills to practice. I don't know how many days under the support of a large number of elixirs for a long time, Yi Tian and his cultivation suddenly shocked and burst out with great momentum. At last, I entered the Longmen area. From then on, I was free to roam. Yi Tian was so surprised and happy that he opened his eyes and stood up. After a little rest, Yi Tian took out the beast ring from the insect valley in southern Yunnan before he could consolidate his realm. Start to grab the wire from the inside, and the ants recognize the master. Yi Tian is so anxious to break through to the Longmen realm. The most important thing is to greatly enhance the power of his mind, so as to get more ironline ants. The advantages of doing so are obvious, but the disadvantages are also extremely obvious. If you don't consolidate the previously unstable state through long-term cultivation, or merge mana through a lot of fighting, the cultivation in the future will become more and more difficult. Even so, if we want to break through to the midterm of Longmen, we can't do it in a short time. Dan Yao is a double-edged sword. Good use is like a fish in water, bad use is to encourage, drink poison to quench thirst. The advantages and disadvantages are very clear in Yi Tian's mind. Tall buildings can't be built without a good foundation. If you have to build them hard, you can only see them rise and collapse. After the breakthrough, Yi Tian's mind was nearly twice as powerful as one. Not only that, but also his 6 senses were extremely keen. The feeling that everything between heaven and earth seems to be in control has come back. From the sea view to the Longmen view, it is no more than a breakthrough between the small states of the sea view. This is a breakthrough in a big state as a whole, and it is a promotion of strength and quality. Just like now, it's much easier for Yi Tian to recognize the Lord again. Even some leakwire ants don't need to use a small mirror. And those who need to use a small mirror to assist the spirit of the wire ant is certainly extremely powerful existence. This time, Yi Tian reaped the most. In the end, the army of Clematis increased by more than 4,000. Up to now, nearly half of the total number of reticuliterms have been identified. In order to maximize the fighting power of the ant, Yi Tian spent a lot of precious spiritual materials to refine more than 10 of the original pills. The 2,000 years of Hautuinia Chordata, Yi Tian also consumed nearly 30%. After taking it, Yi Tian waited for some time, until all of them recovered, and then he was ready to leave. Of course, during this period, he did not favor one over the other, and other spirit insects also took suitable pills. From the underground, Yi Tian walked out of the mansion and came to the street. A moment later, he finally knew that the city was called Shuangjing City. In retrospect, Tian had a general idea of his own position. It's about 130,000 li away from the blessed land of Qingming.
For the great monk of Yupu, this distance is nothing, but for Tian, it's not very close.
Out of Shuangjing City, Tian starts flying with his sword. In order not to attract attention, Tian controls his speed and seems to match his accomplishments. Half a day later, Tian, who was flying, suddenly changed his direction. There is a monk in the distance, who is flying here. Tian doesn't want to deal with people who have nothing to do with him, so he just wants to avoid it. Who knows, the other side is still chasing Tian. Induction of each other's realm, about the middle of Jindan realm, Tian also slowly stopped flying sword. The friars in this realm should be able to deal with themselves. After such a long time, why does the other side still come to him? The reason is that Tian wants to understand that if he is just a murderer, Tian doesn't mind spending time with him. The man was dressed in a grey shirt and a lock of beard. He was middle-aged, and seemed to be in a very dusty condition.
Not far from Tian, the friar looked at Tian and said, "Where are you from? Get back to who you are."
The reason for this is that this man's cultivation has already discovered the subtle mana fluctuation on Tian's face, which represents that this face is what it looks like after the change. Tiangong arched his hand and asked, "Excuse me, this elder, why do you want to look at your true colors and change your appearance outside, just to avoid the enemy's attention?"
"It's a bit hard for me to say that."
Tian deliberately shows weakness and humbly calls each other the elder. That is to make everything look like a monk in the early stage of the common Longmen realm. In the field of square inch, regardless of age, those who have reached a certain level are teachers. Naturally, those who have reached a high level should call their predecessors. As for how to call those who have a low level, it all depends on the mood or mentality of those who have reached a high level.
There are many people who call brothers, Taoists, bunnies, and ants. Younger generation, what so much nonsense, let you restore the original appearance, otherwise I search your soul.
That friar is a pair of condescending appearance, not only arrogantly called Tian Jr., but also sternly threatened Tian. Tian frowned and drove the flying sword down quickly.
"I want to go." The friar yelled, his body was like electricity, and he grabbed Tian.
Tian instantly accelerates and falls to the ground like a big stone.
He is caught by the other party. "It seems that you have a ghost in your heart?"
The friar snorted coldly, and suddenly a big hand turned into mana roared at Tian. It looked like Mo Yun's hand that Tian had used.
"Well, it's not that I want to go, but it's too eye-catching to kill you in the sky, so..."
Tian said in the mouth, the body shape one dodges that big hand with the incredible speed. Almost at the same time, hundreds of wire ants were released by him, and all the shadows rushed towards the friar.
The iron line ant was too fast.
The monk only came to use the unearthed armor, and the iron line ant had already jumped on him. As soon as the monk's face changed, his mana was shocked and dozens of iron line ants flew away. However, the rest of the iron line ants bit the monk's soil armor and began to eat the monk. Tian's place is close to the ground and in the mountains.
It's very hidden and the chance of being found is very small. Friar Jindan didn't give up.
He burst out a strong momentum again.
He tried to shake off the wire ant, but he failed.
Immediately fire attribute mana urges, the whole body ignites the fire, but this move is also futile.
Ordinary invisible flame can't help Clematis.
The monk's face was a little ugly, and he sent out a death talisman in his hand. In a twinkling, as if a golden cicada had fallen out of its shell, a transparent light and shadow appeared in the monk's position, but he himself was 3 feet away. It's strange that the wire ant, which has already penetrated into the monk's body, is caught in the double of light and shadow.
It seems that it can't get out for a while. And the monk was dripping with blood, staring at Tian ferociously, gritting his teeth and saying, "Are you a disciple of Yulingzong? Are you blind?"
Tian coldly said a word, the idea moves again, this time he called out more than 1,000 iron line ants, to that friar a rush and go.
"Grass!"
The friar exclaimed, and the imperial sword fled, but it was faster than the mutant Clematis. In particular, the 2 pairs of wings have been able to fly. The wire ant is surprisingly fast, almost a flash of shadow has caught up with the friar. This time, the monk's hands and feet were bitten off by the iron thread ants.
Even after the iron thread ants entered his elixir field, they broke his cultivation.
Even the gold elixir, which was hard to cultivate inside, was eaten by the iron thread ants. Let the friar keep shouting. Tian went over, pointed at him, so that he could no longer make any sound, and then began to search for his soul. After a long time, Tianzhong vomited and killed him. Take the Shumi commandment, pop up a cluster of flames to burn this person. But at this time, Tian did not have the joy of victory, but his heart was heavier. And his heaviness comes from the soul searching just now.
This Jindanjing friar is a member of the Li family in Diyu Lake, a very small family.
If it wasn't for searching his soul, even Tian, who was Emperor Dan, didn't know there was such a family. But it's an unknown family, but it's really for itself. Moreover, there are no fewer such forces in monks. According to the news from Fengsuan spiritual realm, Tian, the Emperor of Dan, has experienced the rebirth of time and space and the peak cultivation of sea view. He may have broken through to the early stage of Longmen realm.
He has the smell of Ningyao fairy and often changes his appearance.
Not only did the clans of Dongjian Ruins, Guangtian Temple and Lingshu Blessed Land, who had participated in the attack, send a large number of disciples to encircle and suppress themselves, but they also jointly offered a reward to capture themselves alive, and a large number of portraits of themselves came out.
The reward is 500,000 lingyu.
This is a great reward. Such amount almost never appeared in the square-inch spirit realm. The reward target is just a monk who can see the peak of the sea, at most in the early stage of Longmen. Although it is the rebirth of the former emperor, the news is very detailed, with nose and eyes. After rebirth, I just go back to my past self, without any original cultivation, but only keep my memory.
Today's Dandi Tian, the strength is really limited.
Under the heavy reward, there must be brave men. This event has caused a sensation in the whole square-inch spiritual realm, and almost everyone knows it, especially the monks who have changed their looks.
Up to now, monks in Guanhai and Longmen rarely use this method to cover their faces.
Once happened, because of the change of appearance and the incident of sneak attack by mistake. Is it true that I have experienced time travel, all of which seem to coincide with myself, especially when it comes to Ningyao? Tian immediately thought of the friar he saw by the pool. He could be sure that he was the one who was exposed. Up to now, a big problem has been put in front of me. If they continue to change their appearance, they will be intercepted everywhere. If they are restored to their original appearance, they will still have portraits. Thinking about this, Tian made a move in his heart. He imprinted the spirit on the monk's Shumi ring and took out a picture from it.
It's too much like the painting.
It's not like the former Dandi Tian, but the present self, even the slightly black skin.
Conveniently put away Zumaji, Tian sat on a big stone not far away and began to think about it.
Although the information of offering a reward looks very detailed, one crucial point is not involved. That is the matter of the spirit insect, not to mention the insect devil. It shows that what he has done in the world of all souls has not been exposed. It is likely that the temple has blocked the news. After all, more than 50 disciples of the temple came out of the world of 10,000 spirits. It's impossible for the elders of the school to ask about the situation inside.
This is my own advantage.
If you really measure your self-protection ability according to the peak of Guanhaijing or the early stage of Longmen, then everyone will suffer. Just like the monk just now, but the problem is that Fengsuan Lingyu doesn't know how many monks are paying attention to his own situation, so it can be said that he can't do anything. In this case, the best choice is to choose a place to hibernate and then continuously improve cultivation. But the problem is that from soul searching, Tian learned that recently, the major sects in Fengsuan spirit realm, especially Dansha Futi, have taken various means to send monks to Earthstar to search for the so-called immortal machine. The reason why the friar knew these things was that the Li family of Dian Lake was an affiliated family of Dansha Futi, and also a branch of Dansha Futi. Because Qin Yuxiao, the ancestor of Dansha Blessed Land, once had a fight with the great monk of the temple, but he was defeated miserably. For the sake of his life and death after Dansha Blessed Land, Qin Yuxiao was most interested in looking for immortal opportunities, trying to gain some opportunities, improve his cultivation, and even enter the legendary realm in this way. Therefore, the most preparations are made, and the most effective people are sent.
This news makes Yi Tian feel burning.
Although the monks coming from the square-inch spiritual realm are not so powerful, they may be a disaster to the people on Earth.
The friars on Earth are still too weak.
The Earth must go back.
It must go back as soon as possible.
Make up one's mind. Yi Tian's figure disappears from the original place, and can't see any trace again. He chose the stupidest and most powerful way, but also the safest.
Feng Dun and Insha run at the same time, and Yi Tian flies to the west.
Along the way, Yi Tian continuously released Liang Xingkong, checking in advance everywhere, but he did not dare to be careless. In the pool under the cliff, if it wasn't for Yuan Tianian, he would not have found the hidden monk, let alone Liang Xingkong's vision, which didn't have the function of Yuan Tianian.
All the way, it was quite calm.
Although it was not fast to fly carefully, it could evade the monk's exploration at any time. If it stopped, it was safe twice. The second time, Yi Tian, who was in flight, suddenly looked suffocated. Hastily let the heartworm who passed back the picture adjust the angle of view. At this time, he had seen the picture clearly in his mind.
Morong Yen.
Yes, in the picture, Morong Yen appears, not only himself, but also a fellow in white.
One of them has injured his hand and is supported by Morong Yen. And the other is fighting. But Yi Tian's expression is not only because of Morong Yen, but also because of the fight with Morong Yen. That man is actually the monk who lives on the edge of the cliff and pool. Obviously, the woman in white who fought with him was also in the golden elixir realm, otherwise she could not have fought with him for so long. But now, although the woman is still struggling to support, she is in danger. I'm afraid she will not be able to support for long. Go!
Yi Tian didn't have time to think much about it, so he sent out more than 500 wire ants to kill them at the place of the battle. Although they are in the picture, they are not close to himself, with a distance of more than 200 li.
Along with it, there is a heartworm, following these wire ants.
After the first group of clematis flew away, Yi Tian again released more than 1,000 clematis as a reserve team, and then followed. He himself flew in that direction.
Over there, the two people are still fighting with each other.
The disciple of Jindan realm of the temple was secretly attacked by the man, and it seems that he was badly hurt. But still crazy like dancing as sword china to protect the whole body. At a certain moment, the friar suddenly seemed to have a sense and looked in the direction of the wire ant. Then he made a quick decision, his figure flashed, and there were circles of ripples around him, moving away with the light gate.
How alert Yi Tian insighs a pity. He recalls the wire ant. This kind of friar is the most difficult to deal with. He runs away when there is a little disturbance, but he has the longest life. It was the ants who saved us. Seeing her opponents escape, the nun quickly released her mind to find out the reason, and then said softly. Ants? What ants? Is it the big, thick ant with golden spots on its body? Morong Yen hears speech, in the heart a shock, lose voice to cry away. She releases a divine idea, but didn't discover a bit. That's right, it's the kind of ant you said. The nun looked at it carefully and said. Ah, it's him, it's him.
Morong Yen wept with joy, quickly took out a white robe from Shumi Jia, and wrote down a few big words with a brush. Dao Yu, I have important secrets to tell you. Then he raised it high in the direction of the iron line ant, afraid of finding the wrong direction, and turned around 2 times in the same place.
What are you doing? The nearby nun sent a healing pill into her mouth and asked with a frown.
I know the Taoist friend who rescued us.
I wonder if he will show up.
Morong Yen said so, in a confidential, did not say too much detail.
That should be the elder of Yuan Yingjing?
I don't find any friars in the scope of divine thoughts.
His divine thoughts are so powerful that he must be the elder of Yuanying. Thought the nun. I'm not sure.
Morong Yen confusedly dealt with the past, but she was a little sad.
It seems that the Taoist friend didn't want to show up.
She didn't even say hello when she left, but now she doesn't show up when she meets. Just when she was disappointed, her eyes brightened and her heart was immediately rejoicing. Because the shadow of clematis has appeared in the field of vision, and those clematis do not fly in groups, but form 2 big words, you come.
2 martial uncles, I'll come soon.
Seeing the 2 words, Morong Yen said to her 2 classmates and flew to meet the line ants.
As soon as the line and camp dispersed, the handwriting disappeared and turned back into a group.
Flew as like as 2 peas of iron wire ants, and saw the figure of Yi Tian far away. Even the appearance was exactly the same as the original. She didn't know that it was a temporary change from Yi Tian.
Dao Yu, you are all right.
Dao Yu broke through to Long Men. How fast flying to the front, Morong Yan's eyes unconsciously wet, some choked to say hello, then surprised said.
Haha, I didn't expect to see Taoist friend Morong here. I really don't know where I don't meet.
A little breakthrough is not worth mentioning.
You said there was something urgent to tell me. I don't know what it is. Yi Tian asked with a smile. Seeing Morong Yan's tears, his heart actually moved. A little breakthrough? Morong Yan looked at Yi Tian with a complicated look and asked, Is Dao Yu the Emperor Yi Tian? Nonsense, I have nothing to do with Yi Tian Nung. It's said that some of those conditions seem to have something to do with me, but how can I be Dante?
Yi Tian naturally won't admit that he's not worried about Morong Yan betraying her, but after all, her cultivation is limited.
If she is searched, it's not for fun. Lingchong is one of his cards. If you can keep the secret, you'd better keep it as much as possible. Oh, that's it. Morong Yan blinked at Yi Tian and continued, if not, Yi Tian would be in danger now. It's said that many people are staying at the old site of Qingming Blessed Land, waiting for him to throw himself into the net one day. Besides, people are looking for Yi Tian Dan everywhere now. It's very dangerous to hide your true colors like Dao Yu. Moreover, many sects have set up strongholds to distribute the portraits of Yedan Emperor, or to offer rewards. There are bright and dark spots. Don't go to these places to avoid being hurt by mistake. This is the information about the strongholds collected by the temple, as well as some information about the monks who once searched for Emperor Dan. With these words, Morong Yan handed Yi Tian a jade slip. Yi Tian took it and laughed helplessly. Obviously, no matter how much she denies it, Morong Yan regards herself as Yi Tian, just to put it mildly. They know that Dante has great attainments in Dan Dao, so they have arranged manual control in all places where there is spiritual material trading. Just like the fair in Haifeng City, they arranged a lot of people, but unfortunately, they didn't see Dante show up. Recently, they will organize several auctions with the gimmick of the World of Souls. It's a trap. And if there is any news of the birth of a talent, don't believe it. In addition, those people searched very carefully, especially for Tu Dun. In addition, there are some disciples of Qingming Blessed Land who are also looking for the former Emperor Yi Tian. This is the list of places where they have been. A business of the temple is selling all kinds of information, so it's very credible in this respect. With that, Morong Yan gave Yi Tian a jade slip. Seeing that Yi Tian has been listening quietly, Morong Yan is more sure of her conjecture. Yi Tian is Yi Tian. The ghost is reborn. Without any accomplishments, she is so powerful. Morong Yan was agitated in his heart. Throughout the years of cultivation, although there were always dangers in the world of spirits, it was also because Yi Tian was there, which was the most wonderful and unforgettable time in his life. All the entry forces fell, and only they brought back more than 50 of their classmates safely. What a great honor! Who was that friar just now? Why are you fighting him? Yi Tian nodded and asked. We don't know who it is. As for the cause of the struggle, I guess it may have something to do with my entry into the world of souls. All the forces in Fengsuan spirit realm want to know what's going on in the spirit world, but only the 55 disciples of our temple know what's going on inside, and then there are several high levels of the temple. So recently, we have had a very difficult time. We are afraid to go out on weekdays. This time we have something to do, and we have to be protected by 2 martial uncles in the Golden Elixir realm. Unexpectedly, there was an accident. If we didn't need Taoist friends, I'm afraid we would be lucky today. Speaking of this matter, Morong Yan was helpless. Yi Tian nodded gently. When he searched for the soul of Friarly, he already knew about it. All the forces that have disciples entering the world are looking for the truth in the temple, but the temple is tight-lipped, so those people put their ideas on the disciples. Moreover, Yi Tian also knows about the conflicts between the temple people and the Gazon clan in the Wuling Valley, and even the killing of the Dansha Fudi friar.
the ancestor of Qiangang Danshafuti, Qin Yusio.
Dao Yu, why don't you go to the temple for a while? I'm familiar with the medicine king of the temple. It should be no problem to stay in the temple. Looking at Yi Tian's silence, Morong Yan sends out an invitation. It was the only way she could think of now.
Well, even if Morong Yan does not say, Yi Tian is also considering this matter.
The worst situation is that Qingning Blessed Land has been targeted.
It is hard to return to the earth from there without anyone noticing. And he must return to earth as soon as possible.
What are you hesitating about? Now it's very dangerous outside. It's hard to walk. Morong Yan continued to advise.
I'm going to the temple, but I'm not going to seek refuge.
I have other things to do. I don't need to contact the king of medicine. I'll contact myself. Yi Tian finally made a decision.
With that, he took out the message given to him by the woman in the original palace dress from Sumi Jia, and immediately inspired it.
Dao Yu, do you have the highest summons in the temple? Seeing the messenger in Yi Tian's hand, Morong Yan immediately covers her mouth. Yes, it was given by a great monk.
Yi Tian so return away, for also don't have too much explanation. No wonder Taoist friends say that they have a lot to do with the temple.
It's hard to hide from my little sister. Morong Yan unknowingly changed her address.
Looking at Yi Tian's expression, she felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. Just as he was talking, suddenly ripples appeared in the void beside him, and the women in palace clothes appeared out of thin air.
A hall master. Seeing this man, Morong Yan was stunned.
He didn't expect that Yi Tian was the most mysterious lord of the temple.
She thought it was the other high level of the temple.
Even as a disciple of the temple master was able to meet him because she came out safely from the world of spirits.
Before, she didn't even know who the temple master was. I know everything. Come with me.
The lady in imperial costume looks at Yi Tian, and with a gesture, Yi Tian feels a flash of white light in front of her eyes, wrapping herself and Morong Yan together like a big cocoon. When seeing full, Yi Tian want to break free, but can't break free, and Morong Yan's arms are tightly in his arms.
How embarrassing.
As Emperor Dan, Yi Tian was eaten bean curd here.
It's so sad.
As a great friar in Yupujing, I naturally knew that this was the protection method used by the great friar when he took people to move. It was called He Guangtongchen.
If there is no such protection, I'm afraid that the ordinary friars will be hurt no matter how high they move.
Fortunately, not long after the move, the white light disappeared and the surrounding scenery was clearly reflected. Yi Tian take an eye, recognize, it is he give palace dress woman's daughter drive away resentment of that underground hall.
Haha, Yi Daoyu, please sit down.
At this time, the woman in imperial costume pointed to the chair beside her with a smile.
Yi Tian nodded slightly and sat down impolitely.
In the past, women in palace dress called themselves Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was a respectful name for the younger generation, because she was small. Although Yi Tian knows that he is not small anywhere, but he seems to be young and low level, but he was once emperor. But now this woman is a Taoist friend, but she is on an equal footing, putting each other on the same height. Morong Yan, from today on, you will be promoted to the core disciple of the temple, and you can participate in the high secret affairs of the temple. Resources are allocated according to the highest core disciples. Later, the woman in imperial costume looked at Morong Yan.
Thank you for your kindness.
Morong Yan heard the speech, ecstatic heart, bowed to give a big gift. You should know that you used to be only an outside disciple, doing some chores, not even an inside disciple. Now you are stepping up to the heaven, becoming a core disciple, enjoying a large amount of cultivation resources.
This is something you can't dream of.
The disciple will leave first.
After thanking you, I want to avoid it.
No, you and Yi Daoyu are not outsiders.
If it's not for Yi Daoyu's sake, the most you can do this time is to recruit you into the interior.
Since you are a core disciple, you have the right to participate in the high-level secrets of the temple.
It's okay to listen to them here.
The woman in imperial costume waved to Morong Yan and called her to her side.
Morong Yan's face appeared a trace of blush. This kind of blush is not physiological,
but completely psychological factors. He was so recognized by the temple owner that he could participate in the top secret of the temple. And in the world of 10,000 spirits, the Taoist friend who leads our disciples to fight is actually the Red Emperor Tian.
Everything is like a dream.
A mysterious and awe-inspiring man, with a view of the sea, has a deep insight into everything in the world of spirits and killed the Yuanying old monster.
Under the reward of the whole square-inch field, has he persisted for such a long time?
It took only such a short period of time to break through from the late Guanhai to Longmen.
It was terrifying.
In front of the master of the great monk hall in the mysterious Yupu realm, he was not humble and arrogant.
This breadth of mind, this courage are not ordinary people can have.
Although she stood beside the temple master, her eyes always fell on Yi Tian.
At this time, the woman sat down and looked at Yi Tianhao for a long time before she said, "Yi Dao Yu is really calculating. Let me swear that I can't do you any harm. Did I expect the present situation as early as then?" Yi Tian haha smile, restored true colors, this is prepare for no trouble, don't know friend is when no Yi Mao identity?
Looking at Yi Tian's face, the woman in imperial costume said with a smile, "Yes, it is. I was not in Fengsuan Lingyu when the accident happened to Emperor Dan Yetian.
Later I came from other Lingyu. I just heard about Yi Dao Yu, so I didn't know him. I doubt your identity because of the news from the spiritual realm. And your biggest flaw is that you engraved 300,000 Linkai names on the jade slips. Think about it, besides Yi Tian, who could have such a great ability?
So it's not difficult to infer the identity of Taoist friends."
Yi Tian also laughed, "I can't help it. I'm very poor after I'm reborn.
It's not to get the 300,000 Lingyu from Dao Yu, otherwise I won't show off like this.
Even taking that task is for a little resource. Who can get to Yi Tian in those years first? He has been reduced to this point for the sake of resources."
The woman in imperial costume shook her head slightly, "You can't say that.
This is the terrible place for Yi Dao Yu.
The resources are so poor, and the cultivation speed is so fast. Moreover, he did not hesitate to risk his life and enter the world of all souls.
In other words, the temple would like to thank the Taoist friends for their help. It's just a small effort.
After all, it has some origin with the temple, and it has only hatred with other forces, that's all."
Yi Tian said calmly. It's said that Dao Yu can understand everything that happens in the world. If it's convenient, how do you do it?
The women in imperial costume are really curious about this.
Haha, it's just a way of divine thinking. Yi Tian talks nonsense. He can't tell his secret.
It's the maximum that he can admit that he is the emperor.
After all, he can't hide it now. See Tian don't say, palace dress woman also didn't ask again, but changed the topic to ask, "Do you know where this place is?" Dangshan Mountain. Yi Tian's tone is still very flat. Well, what city did Zhu Diao take you to? Do you know?
The woman in imperial costume continued.
Zhu's city. There is no difficulty in this.
Although the temple has used a blind method, it is difficult for Yi to stop it.
Yi Tian said with a smile, these are what he saw through Liangxingkong. If there is no Liangxingkong, Yi Tian may be really in the dark. Emperor Dan is Emperor Dan.
Even if the ghost is reborn from scratch, it is beyond the reach of ordinary monks.
Yi Dao Yu, with the temple, no one else can move you.
There was a trace of surprise on the woman's face, and then she nodded with approval.
Yi Tian laughs again. Maybe the temple master misunderstood that this time Yi went to find Dao Yu, not to seek refuge, but to send a message to Dao Yu and get back the diagnosis information of the mission. That's all, haha. The temple has better information in the square-inch spiritual realm than any other forces. There are at least 10,000 people in the temple collecting all kinds of information every day. I don't know what information Yi Dao Yu can bring me?
Asked the woman in imperial costume.
Yi Tian threw a jade slip and said, Dao Yu, look at this first. After catching the jade slip, the lady in imperial costume only looked at it a few times, then raised her head and said, is this from the monk Yuanying in the world of spirits? Exactly. That Wan Zuanyo was extremely vicious. Yi killed him and got this jade slip by accident. I don't know if you know the conspiracy against the Shura king? Yi Tian nodded.
The woman in imperial costume pondered. The Dark Friars have been changing frequently in recent years. They know something about them, but there is no way to know what great conspiracy they are brewing.
According to my estimation, I'm afraid even the ordinary Dark Friars don't understand.
The temple knows about Wan Zhunyu's disappearance in Fangsuan area, but it doesn't know that he was captured by the Dark Friars. It seems that we really need to sort out those friars who disappeared for no reason. They may have become the accomplices of the Shura king.
And in the world of all souls, I'm afraid what you see is not what you are. Otherwise, if he appears, the temple will get news. Can you give me this jade slip?
I want to spread the news so that the main sect can add a little trouble to the king of Shura.
I don't have to worry about it. I want to catch Yidan every day. If you want to use it, just take it. It's useless to put it here.
You should know something about the blood puppet, right? Speaking of this, Yi Tian shut up and watched the reaction of the women in imperial costume. The woman did frown slightly and said, with Yi Dao's knowledge, you can see that the remedy of the firefighting trial is useless.
As long as the Dark Friars are not completely eliminated, this kind of thing cannot be avoided. The temple has something else to do in the square-inch spirit realm. It's still out of reach for the time being. Speaking of that matter, I want to ask you, what do you think of Sua Wangwen?
Yes, exactly. For this question, Yi Tian was a little surprised, but since people asked, there must be some discovery, but there is no need to hide.
Can you ask where Yi Dao got this method?
Looking at Yi Tian, the woman in imperial costume asked.
Dao Yu may not believe it. I'm the idea handed down by Emperor Sui. Yi Tian said with a smile. What?
Does Sui Huangqin autobiography you? Contrary to the calm elegance, the woman in palace dress stood up in shock.
Yes, to be exact, it's Sui Wang's canyon.
Yi Tian knows that if he wants to get even with this woman, he can't just rely on the name of Emperor Dan Yi Tian.
He must take out something real, and Sui Huang is the starting point. Where did you meet Sui Huang? When?
The woman in imperial costume came to Yi Tian and asked. A few months ago, on the Earth Star, the body of Sui Huang fell, leaving only a wisp of memory. The immortal body was trapped by the demon world, and used the reincarnation of life and death array to steal the only immortal yuan on Sui Huang. Yi Tian said the situation of Sui Huang roughly. Earth Star, we suspected that it was on Earth Star for a long time, but we couldn't find it all the time.
The palace dress woman sighed. Do you have a relationship with Sui Huang? Yi Tian looks at his words and looks and asks. Since Dao Yu is a descendant of Sui Huang, you don't need to hide some words. In fact, the temple is inherited from Sui Huang.
Later, the Emperor Sui Huang mysteriously disappeared, and the temple searched in various spiritual domains.
Because the Emperor Sui Huang once appeared in Fangsuan spiritual domain, I came here to look for clues.
The lady in imperial costume said slowly.
Since you have met Sui Huang, has Sui Huang ever said anything else? Yi Tian recalled, Sui Huang said, you can't leave that place, otherwise the demon world will tear up the agreement and invade the Earth Star.
He also said that he is not in trouble for the time being, and can sustain the immortal soul for hundreds of years.
If you want to revive him, only the immortal can do it.
Can Yi Dao take the temple disciples to that place and check the current situation?
The temple will thank you for your kindness.
Pondering for a moment, the lady in imperial costume said.
Yi Tian nodded slightly and said, this matter is inevitable. You need to solve the problem of how to get to the Earth Star before you can talk about other things? The lady in imperial costume waved her hand, it's not difficult.
There is a secret space passage in the temple, which can come to the Earth Star.
It's a pity that the space is not stable.
Monks with too high realm can easily collapse the space because of the crushing force, but the cultivation of Longmen realm is not in the way. Over the years, the temple has been trying to consolidate its space.
It is estimated that in the future, it will be able to meet the conditions and come to the high-level monks.
That space passage has something to do with Dao Yu.
Because it's in the blessed land of Qingming. The blessed land of Qingming? Yi Tian eyebrows slightly pick, seems to think of something. Yes, it's Yi Daoyou's fairyland.
At that time, 8 great monks Lu Chen lived in the blessed land of Qingming. I don't know why, there was a space passage leading to the earth and the stars. Only my elder martial brother knows about this. In order to hide people's eyes and ears, he arranged a powerful field array there to cover the entrance of the passage. At that time, my elder martial brother met a disciple of Qingming blessed land, named Mo Feiyu. At that time, his realm fell seriously. In order to save him, the elder martial brother asked him to go to the Earth Star through the space channel. And the temple also sent some people to check, but all the disciples fell down and failed to find anything. You can enter the Earth Star through that space passage. Yi Tian listens quietly.
This kind of secret things can't be made up. He finally found out what he couldn't figure out. It turned out that there was such a secret in it. It was the temple that did him a great help. If there is a temple, there will be no problem to return to the earth from there. Yi Tian immediately nodded. Since Daoyu has a way, there is no problem. However, you would like to know why the temple has been searching for Sui Huang for so many years? Is it for Xianji? If it's not convenient, Daoyu won't answer.
Hearing the words, the lady in imperial costume hesitated for a moment and asked, "You naturally know the universe of heaven, which refers to the spiritual realm.
Do you know that there is also the immortal realm above the spiritual realm?
Looking for Sui Huang has something to do with Xianyu."
It's not that I won't tell you. I really don't know much about it.
Elder martial brother is arranging everything.
Fairyland?
Yi Tian slowly shakes his head. It's the first time he has heard of this place, but it's a field he can't touch now. Maybe he can find the clue by untying the information in his mind, but it's too long.
So, when you know the Sui Huang, what are you going to do? Yi Tian didn't know that what the women in imperial costume said was almost reliable, so he asked. If you see the Sui Huang, you can save him if you can. If you can't, you should try to protect the Sui Huang and don't hurt him.
Now many forces in Fengsuan spirit realm are coming to the Earth Star, and the situation will be very chaotic.
Don't let them use tricks to bring irreversible damage to the Sui Huang. After thinking about it, the lady in imperial costume said, "As for the others, you need to see the elder martial brother before making a decision." Yi Tiandao said, "Well, it's just that Sui Huang is in the control area of the demon world.
I'm afraid there will be conflicts with the demon world at that time. The disciples sent by Taoyu must be careful." Haha, since Yi Daoyu can come out of the world with his temple disciples, I believe he can protect them this time. I'm going to let those 55 disciples go to Earth Star with you.
Now it's a problem for them to stay in the square-inch spirit realm. Every sect is thinking about it,"
said the lady in imperial costume with a smile. Yi Tian did not speak. Moron Yen smell speech, quietly cover up the mouth, joy cannot hide. Well, it depends on the arrangement of Taoist friends.
Yi Tian is indifferent.
In fact, he is very satisfied with this arrangement. Although these people are not very strong in cultivation and strength, they should be able to make great achievements on Earth. The biggest advantage is that they are very familiar with each other and everything is easy to communicate.
Daoyu, another thing to say is the reward for healing my little girl," said the woman in imperial costume. Yi Tian waved his hand with a smile. "Since it's all a family, don't mention the payment.
If he needs anything in the future, just ask Daoyu for help." Well, 3 days later, we need to prepare for the transmission from here to Qingming blessed land. The palace dress woman did not continue to insist, so she said,
"How can there be a teleport array? That's easy.
I just need 3 days to go out and deal with some things."
The leaf day in the heart of joy immediately rise to say, "Are you not waiting here?"
The woman in imperial costume was stunned. Yi Tian shook his head. "Those people have offered a reward to arrest me for so long, I should go out and give them some color." The woman in imperial costume looked at Yi Tian steadily, and then said, "Originally, I wanted to trouble Daoyu to make some pills for my little girl.
I'm afraid I don't have time."
"It's okay. I'll take 2 days for revenge, and the rest is for alchemy."
Yi Tian doesn't think so. "All right then." Finally, the woman nodded and gave a message to Yi Tian.
Two people according to not publicize, leaf day if encounter danger, the palace dresswoman must go to save. Because of this, Yi Tian Kai dares to go out and kill openly. After the transmission array, Yi Tian arrives at Jui City and begins to gather the Liangxingkong left outside. Then, he stepped on the fierce sword and flew to the nearest target as shown in the jade slips given to him by Morongyan.
That is the contact point of Dongjin Market on Qianfo Mountain outside Jui City.
Yi Tian knows from the information that the only two monks with the highest accomplishments here are in the Golden Elixir realm. During the flight, two friars came to intercept. Please remove the Huarong skill, otherwise, it will be treated as if you are Emperor Yi Tian. Both of them are the cultivation of the Golden Elixir realm, and one of them looks at Yi Tian after changing his appearance and says,
"Then I'll treat it as Yi Tian."
With a cold hum, Yi Tianling released more than 1,000 clematis.
Clematis eats Lingyu every day, and its breath grows every day. Today's clematis is more powerful than last time. Caught off guard, the two friars in the Golden Elixir Kingdom were attacked by the clematis and directly gnawed at the key parts. After more than 10 breath, the two friars had been gnawed by the wire ant.
Yi Tian takes down their Shumi ring, two flames pop up, burn the body, collect the Tian ant, and continue to fly forward. Along the way, I met several monks who came up to interrogate me, and they were all taken care of by Yi Tian one by one. After such a long time, there was no news about Yi Tian of Emperor Dan.
Many high-level monks went back to practice. After all, when it comes to a certain cultivation, you may not really attach so much importance to the 500,000 spirit jade. It is the monks in Longmen and Jindan who really want to get rich overnight. For them, resources are scarce. Greed often harms itself, just like the monks killed by Yi Tian. Go!
At the foot of Qianfo Mountain, Yi Tian once again called out more than 2,000 clematis, and the shadow flew up the mountain in a flash.
Yi Tian follows behind and commands at any time.
In a pavilion on the top of the mountain, there are 7 or 8 monks, 2 of whom are in the Golden Elixir realm. The line ants swarmed up and soon solved the battle. After cleaning the battlefield, Yi Tian lights the attic with a wisp of flame. Then, Yi Tian takes out a small moving symbol and sends it away directly.
When he reappeared, Yi Tian was already in a big mountain.
After flying in the mountains for nearly half an hour, he determined that the mountain was named Kunwo Mountain, because there was a temple on the mountain, called Kunwo Temple. At this time, Yi Tianzhang was standing in front of Kunwo Temple, looking at the dark crowd inside. All of them were monks.
Strangely, these people pay no attention to the arrival of Yi Tian.
But he listened attentively to the preaching, and Yi Tian stared at the preacher without blinking. I saw the man with fat head and big ears, big belly, yellow clothes, open chest, half dragging straw sandals on the soles of his feet, lying on his side on the couch covered with bamboo mats, talking incessantly.
Big dream, Fanzi.
As like as 2 peas, the man who speaks the truth is a dream, a Buddhist dream, and a statue.
Just in a hurry, Yi Tian turns and leaves. When he arrives at the hidden place in the mountain, he takes the time and space tower. As soon as he enlarges it, Shaoli comes out of it.
Without looking at Yi Tian, he ran straight to Kunwo Temple.
Yi Tian then put away the spacetime tower and followed it.
He just felt the little chestnut's irritability in the spacetime tower and wanted to see what was going on. Xiao Lizi appeared at the gate of the temple. It seems that Demeng Fanzi knew that Xiao Lizi would come and naturally waved to Xiao Lizi. Xiao Lizi also naturally crossed many monks and rushed to the bamboo couch and lay beside Demeng Fanzi. The big dream Fanzi put his hand on the top of the little chestnut. At any time, the golden light on the big dream Fanzi's hand was shining, covering the little chestnut. Almost at the same time, Yi Tian felt a Sanskrit chant in his mind, Solomon Solemn, as if he was in the pure land of Western bliss. I don't know how long later, Yi Tian finally woke up from Sanskrit, but saw a very strange scene.
Seemed to be illusions.
The body of the dream Sanskrit slowly disappeared, and the figures of those monks slowly fade away and disappear like a bubble. However, the temple is still there, the bamboo couch is still there, and the small benches where the monks sit in front of the bamboo couch are still there. The little chestnut jumps on the bamboo bed and has already jumped onto Yi Tian's shoulder.
This you don't have to feel it.
Yi Tian obviously feels that the smell of Xiao Lizi has changed. The smell of first-order spirit beast has now become the smell of fourth-order spirit beast.
It's so weird. That's right. It's fourth order.
Little chestnut, run as fast as you can and see how fast you can.
Yi Tian said to Xiao Li Zi. Just finished, the little chestnut has disappeared from Yi Tian's shoulder.
With his eyes, he didn't see how little chestnut left.
Come back. Yi Tian shouts.
In a flash, Yi Tian only feels his shoulders sink, and Xiao Li Zi lies on his shoulders again.
Is that strange?
And at this time, Yi Tian also felt that his body also had a magical change. The original unstable state was completely consolidated after a while of confusion. Although the state was still the state in the early stage of Longmen state, its strength was much higher than before. All the mana was integrated into one, and there was no internal friction and conflict.
Yi Tian experienced such a thing for the first time. It's incredible.
I took Xiao Lizi to Kunwo Temple for a turn, but I didn't see a person there or anything else.
Yi Tian had to leave the temple with Xiao Lizi. Little chestnut, do you have any magic power now? Yi Tian didn't fly with his sword. Walking down the mountain, he asked Xiao Lizi.
As soon as Xiao Lizi raises his head, he squeaks twice.
Then Yi Tian hears the Sanskrit chant.
He feels that his eyelids are heavy and he wants to go to sleep.
Well, I see.
Your magic power is hypnosis, which specializes in treating insomnia. The Leaf Day secret way a good fears, but in the mouth was to make a joke. This function is similar to his golden ball, which can put people in a dreamland, and this can hypnotize. If we fight against the enemy, as long as this force is strong enough, the impact on the enemy will certainly be devastating.
Listen to Yi Tian say so. Small Chestnut seemed a little not happy to cry.
You're kidding, careful guy.
Do you want to go back to the tower?
Yi Tian stroked Xiao Lizi's more and more dreamlike fur. Xiao Lizi nodded a few times to express his willingness, so Yi Tian found a suitable place to send it in. Thinking of the strange scene before, Yi Tian has a feeling of dreaming. He is walking along the path to the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, the ripples in front of him are flashing. When Yi Tian is surprised, he is about to urge the little moving rune, but he sees the palace dress nun appear in front of him out of thin air.
Taoist friends are so elegant.
I thought you had fallen down here to visit mountains and rivers.
Taoist friends are so powerful that I can find them here? Yi Tian said with a smile.
No, I've been looking for it for a long time. You know that monk Yupujing's mind is only about 10,000 li, and it's not easy to identify it by himself.
But today is the third day. Dao Yu is in no hurry to go back? The palace dress woman looks at Yi Tian suspiciously. What? The third day?
Yi Tian exclaimed. It's clear that he didn't feel like he came out on the first day.
Haha, do you practice in the mountains, so that you forget the time? You have a lot of concise breath. If you can't do it for months in other people's lives, can you? In the end, it's Emperor Dan Yi Tian who is really extraordinary.
After feeling the breath of Yi Tian, the palace dress woman said in surprise.
Where, let's go back now. I have to make pills for Ling Ai. Yi Tian didn't want to say more about it, so he said. The palace dress woman no longer said much. She once again took Yi Tian back to the main hall. Dao, you don't have to worry about alchemy.
When I heard that there was a chance to go to the Earth Star, I also wanted to go with her. Ear has been spoiled since she was a child.
Just let her go to relax.
I'll trouble you to make pills according to her cultivation.
I've got all the spiritual materials here, including those promised to Dao Yu.
With these words, the woman in imperial costume handed Yi Tian a Shumi ring. Yi Tian took it over and said without looking at it, "It's okay, but it's hard to ask about one thing before.
Where does the strong resentment come from? There is a dark fog on the Earth Star, and there are many strong resentments in it. It should be the entrance to the netherworld. Will you be afraid of it?" The palace dress woman sighed. Ear's resentment comes from a magic weapon? It's hard to defend. Ear is with you, and there are many disciples of the temple. I'm very relieved. No matter how strong the resentment is, it's not the opponent of Emperor Dan, is it? If there is no other problem, go to the teleport array now. Up to now, Tian was not able to say anything, so he went out of the hall with the women in palace clothes. 7 turns and 8 turns came to the room where the transmission array was. Young girl and 55 temple disciples including Morong Yen and Su Xiao were waiting there. Seeing Tian's appearance, the disciples exchanged greetings for a long time, but up to now, only Morong Yen and knew that he was Tian. As for whether others had guessed, there was no way to know. In addition to these people, there are also Yao Wang and Shui Leagui in the temple. The teleportation array can only teleport up to 8 people at a time. If there are too many people, they can only teleport in batches. Tian, the women in palace dress and were the first to send them. After the past, I found that the transmission array here was also built underground. It was a long distance from the ground, very secret. Tian and others show their Tuduan and come to the ground. At a glance, they recognize that it is indeed the small world of Qingning sect. It's the same as when he just left. The temple is really extraordinary. It has such inside information. It has built such a transmission array without anyone knowing. If you don't go to the temple, but come here all the way from the east, I don't know what will happen. Yi Tianxin is very happy. Dao Yu, it seems that you are not satisfied with the situation here? The woman in imperial costume glanced at Yi Tian's expression and asked in a gentle voice. Haha, to tell you the truth, I came to Fengsuan Lingyu from the earth through this space passage. I have seen the scenery here for a long time, but I didn't know that you said it at that time. Yi Tian explained with a smile. It's really shocking that you can go directly through the field array without using the teleportation array? The woman in imperial costume was stunned for a moment. Yi knows a little about the field. Yi Tian explained casually. It's Dante after all. The woman in imperial costume sighed and looked at Yi Tian several times before she turned around and told her daughter. After a while, everyone was on the teleport, and then we started to go through the teleport. Yi Tian was the first to enter the Tongtian Tower through the passage. As soon as he fell to the ground, his heart was at ease. Finally back to the earth, although the twists and turns, but on the whole is smooth. Next, Morong Yen, Su Xiao and Yi are those disciples who once followed Yi Tian to fight in the world of 10,000 spirits one by one entered the Tongtian Tower through the space channel. Everyone was curious about this strange world and talked in a low voice from time to time. More and more people pass through the space channel, but with the increase of the number of passes, Yi Tian finds an unusual imagination. The dense fog of the space passage began to become violent, and it was often accompanied by a slight sound. Is there something wrong with the space passage? Yi Tian takes a quick look at all the people in the tower, and has 55 people in total, which means that there is still one person who hasn't sent out. No, the space will be damaged. Morong Yen also saw the problem and changed her face. I don't know if the last person didn't transmit, or there was a problem in the transmission. Yi Tian looks up at the space channel and murmurs to himself. It's obvious that if there is a problem when there is no transmission, the square-inch field will definitely stop transmission. If there is a problem in the transmission process, it depends on luck. The crackling sound is more and more obvious, even Yi Tian can see the cracks on the edge of the space. All the people looked at the space passage, their faces were pale. However, something more serious happened, and a rumbling sound began to come out of the tunnel, like thunder. No, the space is starting to collapse. Yi Tianfei takes a step and looks inside with Yuan Tian's eyes, but he still can't see anything and looks like fog. Yi Tiangang wants to fall down, but a pair of feet suddenly appear at the entrance of the passage. It's obvious that someone has sent it. At this time, the edge of the space was broken with a click, and the powerful squeezing force forced the disciple's leg. Yi Tian didn't have time to think about it. He held the edge of the space with both hands and tried his best to break off the shrinking space. Just in this instant, a figure fell down from the space channel with a roar, covered with blood, which was terrible. Yi Tian immediately let go. Boom, the huge space of the extrusion force hit together, in a flash, the channel broken, smoke-filled. Dao Yu, it seems that she can't do it. Morong Yen was holding the nun she had just sent.
she said in a sad voice. Just now, when she tried, she found that her heart had stopped. She was obviously dead.
Get out of the way. Yi Tian gave a big drink, and sent a drop of nature liquid to the nun's mouth. He pressed it with his hand in front of her, and then he gave a big drink, Return the soul. Strange to say, the nun, who was already dead, opened her eyes with a loud drink from Yi Tian. In less than a minute, the nun jumped from the ground and bowed to Yi Tian deeply. Thank you for saving my life. This makes people look at Yi Tian with new eyes. Don't mention it. We are all friends in need. It's natural. Yi Tianbai waved his hand and politely said that he knew that the nun's name was Guo Kaiyun. She was very beautiful, but her face was bloodstained and looked terrible. Yi Tian said a word to Moron Yen, and then took others out of the Tongtian tower. Moron Yen accompanies Guo Kaiyun to take out clean water from the top of the tower. The bathtub or bath. The nun takes these things with her everywhere. She loves to be clean. At this time, in the square-inch spiritual realm, above the space passage, the palace dresswoman, the medicine king, and the old man Shui looked at the collapsed space passage, and their faces were very ugly. I wonder if the last disciple will be okay. The woman in imperial costume sighed. It should be unavoidable. I can't imagine that the passage is so fragile that it can't withstand so many people at one time. In this way, it's more difficult to enter the Earth Star. Old Shui also sighed. After pacing back and forth on the floor, the woman in imperial costume said, This space passage is unusable. We have to find a way to get one. It's not easy to get a space channel. Yao Wang shook his head with difficulty. You can't do it, you have to do it. I hope Yi Tian can hold on to that time. Let's go with that. The woman in imperial costume took them to the ground and went down to the delivery room. Earth, in Qingming sect. Ear walked in front of the pavilions. She couldn't express her joy, it's so big here. I didn't expect that the aura of the Earth Star is so strong. I once heard that the aura of the Earth Star is withering, but seeing is believing. The Earth Star is also the last 6 months' aura just like this, before let alone withered. Basic induction do not have the existence of aura. Yi Tian is also in a good mood, walking while introducing the road. See the Lord. At this time, a disciple who was in charge of guarding Qingming saw Yi Tian show up and came over in a hurry. What's going on here? What's the big deal? Yi Tian asks directly. In the square-inch spirit realm, he is eager to know the news of the earth. The Tongyin artifact snatched from the Dark Friar will synchronize with the Dark Friar, and Yi Tian will not use it. Report back to the Patriarch. A lot of great things have happened, mainly because the number of Tianwai monks invading the earth has increased and their strength is very strong. For the time being, there is no problem with the Miluo Palace, but the military and the military alliance suffered a lot, and many people suffered from it. The disciple said. As he walked, Yi Tian listened to him, and his face became more and more ugly. Now the earth, it can be said, is in great danger and overburdened. No one can tell exactly how many monks came, but there are many people in the mountains who turned against the water and helped tyranny. The Wuming organized a war with Tianwai friars, and 3,000 ancient soldiers were badly injured. Many of the 8 elders in the ruins were injured. In the war with Tianwai friars, the army was absolutely at a disadvantage, and was attacked successfully many times, resulting in heavy casualties. Because the other side also had a monk fall, so it became extremely cruel and killed the common people frequently. At present, most of the people have moved to cities with military garrisons, but it is also precarious. The Lingchong sect and Sangxingdong sect of the 3 overseas sects took refuge in the Miluo Palace. Tianwai monks repeatedly attacked the Miluo Palace, but they failed to break through the great array of protecting the sect. The great ability of guarding the Miluo Palace killed several monks. The other side was a little afraid and had retired. The people of Qin family have moved into the Miluo Palace, because there are people in the mountain who want to tell on the Qin family. 2 ancient military academies are mobilizing students to take part in the war and prepare to defend their country. One bad news after another made Yi Tian very angry. He didn't expect that the situation would be so rotten when he was only away for more than 3 months. Don't worry, Dao Yu, there are still us. You can go to war at any time. I have 55 people here. I should be able to hold up for a while.
Morong Yen heard the whole situation clearly, then went to Yi Tian to show her attitude.
Don't 55, add me, 56. Ear was dressed in white, as if she were a fairy. She was gorgeous, but her face was covered with frost, and she was obviously angry. Her cultivation is only in the middle of the sea view, which is absolutely nothing in the square-inch spiritual realm, but she should be a good hand on the earth and among the mountain people. The disciple of the Miluo palace was curious to see the patriarch with so many people, but he didn't dare to ask more. By the way, Dao Yu, the lord who called you just now, are you the founder of the sect? Morong Yan asked again. Yi Tian nodded, Miluo Palace. Miluo Palace? There is also a Miluo Palace in the original blessed place of Qingming in Fangsuan Lingyu 2 Jun doesn't know Yi Tian's identity. He suddenly cuts in. Well, double name. Yi Tian a word perfunctory passed. When King Mingzong arranged for the people to live in the temple, Yi Tian was not in a hurry to go back to the temple. Instead, he borrowed the disciple's phone and talked to the temple to learn more about the situation. These people brought back by themselves belong to secret forces and must not be exposed. Only in this way can we maximize the results of the war. After arranging all the people, Yi Tian leaves King Mingzong and goes out of the field array. He sends out 20 heartworms to investigate the situation. He flew out of the mountain with his sword. When he was about to reach the edge of the mountain, he suddenly stopped flying sword. In his field of vision, he saw more than 30 black muzzles adjusting their direction and aiming at himself. There are also some ground-to-air machine guns that are reorienting in bunkers. Yi Tian flies back in a hurry. Just at this time, a rush sounds, covering the area he was in. Grass, almost shot. When Yi Tiangang was wronged for a while, he realized that there was no difference between his own people and the monks outside the sky in the Earth's army. Maybe in their consciousness, as long as they could fly in the sky, they were all enemies. Thinking of this, Yi Tian quickly released his mind and covered the surrounding area for 30 li to check the military deployment. It really made him find another artillery base. It looked very hidden, but under his mind, he could see it at a glance. Yi Tian changed his direction, bypassed the two bases and flew out of the mountain. In the distance, he heard an alarm in the city outside the mountain. With his mind, we can see that the rooftops, roofs and even buildings of some buildings have black muzzle. Depressed, Yi Tian turns around to a remote place in the mountain. He changed back his clothes and shoes on the earth, and then the sword avoided some barriers and went out of Tianju Mountain. He also can't tell others that he is a human on earth. Who believes that? When he saw the road, Yi Tian put away his flying sword and walked forward. About 20 minutes later, he saw a taxi passing by and went up to stop it. There was a passenger inside, a lady. The taxi stopped, but the driver opened the window and asked, "ID card? Do I need an ID card to take a taxi now?" Yi Tian asked curiously, as if he wanted an ID card for public transport. Unexpectedly, as soon as this sentence was finished, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and the car ran out. Soon dry to more than 100 pulse, go away. I'll go, shall I? Yi Tian is extremely depressed. What's wrong with him? It's just that he doesn't know. Now he uses his ID card for everything he does here. Even if he goes to the toilet to pee, he has to hold his ID card. This situation has been in place for 2 months. Anyone who doesn't have an ID card is likely to be arrested as a monk. As a result, Yi Tian asked, "It's strange that the driver doesn't run." Although the disciples on duty in King Mingzong base said a lot of great things, there were too many details to be mentioned in all aspects. Yi Tian was not clear about many things. But he has already noticed that he can't fly with the sword for no reason, and I'm afraid he can't even fly without it. Where to go and what to do, people need ID cards and show them without saying a word. Or you'll get shot. Yi Tian originally wanted to buy a mobile phone and a mobile phone card for those people in the temple. It's convenient to get in touch with them. By the way, he bought them some maps to let them know the basic situation of the Earth and the stars. As for other aspects, we can only slowly adapt. But now the problem has come out. Tian has to give them an ID card. You can't fly around, but you have to take a bus, right? And we have to deal with all kinds of inspections that may come at any time. This problem is a bit difficult for Tian. On the way to the city, Tian walked alone. There are few pedestrians on this very flat county road. Occasionally, one or two vehicles are rushing by. What he saw the most was armed helicopters. In a short distance of more than 20 miles, he saw 7 or 8 helicopters, flying forward from different directions. He even saw 2 fighter planes, which disappeared quickly in the extremely high sky. Tian has some doubts about whether these planes are aimed at him. After all, he once surprised himself outside Tianzhu Mountain. The key is that he appeared flying. With numerous questions, he finally took a car with his ID card and entered the small county at the foot of Tianzhu Mountain. "Sir, please show me your ID card. Sir, please show me your ID card." No matter where Tian goes, the first sentence he hears is always this. "Sorry, sir, all phone cards must be real name system, and each ID card can only buy one phone card, no ID card can buy." When Tian came to a communication company, the clerk replied. To the second, it's still the same. This makes Tian depressed. In the end, Smallpox bought a very good second-hand SUV for 150,000 yuan and drove away from the small town. This price is already very cheap. Now the prices of daily necessities in the city are rising rapidly, especially the prices of food commodities, which are soaring, but the prices of vehicles are falling precipitously. Driving back to Tianzhu Mountain, Tian Shenian glanced around, found a hidden place, took the car into Zumaji, and then returned to Qingningzong base. The feeling of returning to the earth this time is very bad. It's not like going home. It's like being an extraterrestrial monk invading the earth and doing everything secretly. Fellow Taoists, I have some small troubles now. I'd like to discuss with you. After coming back, Tian called 56 guests together for the first time. Dao Yu, if you have something to say, it doesn't matter. We are not friends in one day or two. Morong Yen speaks fast. Because of Tian's relationship, she ascends to heaven and becomes the core disciple of the temple. All the other 54 people break the rules and enter the inner gate. All these things, including life, are given by Tian, so she obeys Tian's advice. Because the earth was invaded by celestial monks, there are strict checks everywhere now. There is a special identification thing here. I have it, but you don't have it. So where do you want to go? If you can't take out the identification thing, it's easy to be attacked as a celestial monk. You should understand what I mean. I don't want you to be hurt, and I don't want to hurt my hometown people because you were hurt by mistake. Tian thought carefully and said that the monks are very powerful, but I'm afraid they will not be spared if they are really hit by guns. The premise is to hit, but it's hard to hit. I think I should understand the meaning of Dao Yu. What can Dao Yu do to avoid this situation? To put it bluntly, we don't have any opinions. We just follow Dao Yu's arrangement. Morong Yen said directly, others nodded in response. Tian Dao, thank you for your understanding. Before I get my ID card, I want to hurt you on the way. I have a magic cave here. You can enter it. I will take you on the road and ask you to come out when it's convenient. No problem, so we can practice in it. Morong Yen agreed immediately. Morong Yen was the first disciple to come to the temple this time. She could decide the matter in a word. But there was only one person she couldn't decide. That's Elle, the temple lord's daughter. At this time, others have no opinion, but Ear's face is not willing. She pouts her little mouth and says, Brother Yi, Nyang, I came to the Earth Star to have a look at the scenery. You don't know. I've been in the cave for so many years. I'm very upset. Can you take me alone? I will be good, as long as I don't go into the cave. Please, Brother Yi, you don't count in the Earth Star? You're Dan. Stop. Yi Tianyi covers Er's mouth. If she doesn't, I'm afraid the girl will shake out her old background.
If the temple disciples know about it, they will fall into the hands of Tian friars and expose their identity after soul searching, which will bring devastating disaster to the earth.
He can imagine how tragic it would be if all the big gates in the square-inch spirit realm killed the Earth Star. The reason why there are not so many people coming here now is that they are looking for the illusory immortal machine. If they want to deal with themselves, they will certainly do their best, as can be seen from the reward and arrest in the square-inch spiritual realm.
So you promised me? Sun breaks off Tian's hand, cunningly says to move, the smell that is full of provocation in the eye, that meaning is very obvious, you don't take me, I will uncover your old bottom.
Tian thought about it and said, if not, I have some pills here, which are good for your cultivation. It's better to be regarded as compensation for you, okay?
No, I don't want to practice.
I want to go out and have a look. I don't want to be in the cave.
If you don't promise me, I'll tell my mother that you abused me, and I'll tell her that you are Dan.
Starts to threaten Tian again. Not why Tian said helplessly, stop, I'll go out and find a way. With that, Tian left the room. 10 minutes later, he returned. Brother Yi, have you thought of a way?
As soon as Tian Kai appeared, immediately welcomed him.
Tian Rai smile, this is not to get an ant to come over?
If others say that if the service is not good, if the temple master knows that he throws his baby daughter into the cave, he will not care.
If there is a gap, some things will not be easy to communicate in the future.
He took out an ID card and handed it to I'll get this ID card. If you don't want to enter the cave, you have to become the person above, and you have to listen to my arrangement on the way.
This is the most basic condition.
If you can't, you can play by yourself here, and I'll take them away.
If you make me look ugly, I won't do it.
Sun pouts a small mouth to say, then took ID card to see one eye.
Ah. Moron Yan also looked at the ID card. When she saw the photo above, she couldn't help exclaiming. Ning Yao is as like as two peas. A fairy of Ning Yao, who is a member of the temple, has seen the fairy image of Ning Yao, and is exactly the same as the image of the real name of this identity. But, here, the name is Qin Luo God. Well, that's it. This sister is very beautiful. After seeing the picture, Er's eyes lit up and agreed. Don't change now, it's not too late when you go out. Tian takes a look at Moron Yan and knows from her expression that she recognizes Ning Yao. He doesn't know whether other disciples know Ning Yao's appearance, so he tries to avoid everyone. While talking, Tian doesn't give airtime. He goes out of the yard and releases the magic weapon cave to let Moron Yan and others enter. Moron Yan and other temple disciples went in without saying a word. Tian's heart is quite touched, because entering the magic weapon cave means giving his life to Tian. There have been many similar incidents. The monk who was brought into the magic weapon cave died because of the fall of the master of the magic weapon or other reasons. Therefore, the magic cave is usually used by the owner for convenience. To be able to enter the magic cave means absolute trust, even if you die without regret. Tian then went into the cave, arched his hands to the disciples of the temple, took out 100,000 spirit jade, and asked Moron Yan to distribute it to them for cultivation. Then he went out of the cave and reduced it to the size of palm, earning it in Shumi commandment. Brother Yi, do you look like that? At this time, has become Qin Luo God, and turns twice on the ground to show Tian. Yes, it's so similar. As like as two peas, he said that if he did not know the truth, he would have seen it wrong, and he would have recognized it correctly. Ha ha. Giggled 2 times and asked, who is more beautiful, me or this elder sister? I'll go. It's a gift. Tiana will really give the answer, he also said with a smile, Yanshuoanfi, each good at winning the field. Oh. Ear's voice went up and asked, Brother Yi, you said, where is my swallow and where is my ring? Tian was defeated completely. He took out a suit of Qin Luo's clothes from Shumi commandment and threw it to I'll tell you this problem later. Change your clothes, or you'll be a monk in heaven. Is wearing a very elegant ancient dress, which is really not something that can be found on earth. Well, we'll talk about it later. Don't peek at me. Even more, it's not allowed to use divine thoughts.
Sun White Leaf Day One Eye took clothes to walk into the room. The SUV stops in a beautiful hair salon in the county. Tian and Er show their ID cards and walk in. Along the way, after several checkpoints, there is no problem with other things, but Er's hair is very eye-catching. It's such a complicated style that several people ask about this and that, whether they are shooting or attending any important occasions.
It's April now.
Her jeans, windbreaker and casual shoes really don't match her hairstyle. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tian discusses with Er to change her hairstyle. Er seems to be full of curiosity about this hairdressing room. He keeps asking questions, which are very retarded in other people's eyes.
He even asks what is the TV set hanging on the wall.
The square-inch spiritual realm is totally different from the Earth, where practice is more advocated, and the advantage of the Earth is science and technology.
Tian has been in Fangsu and Lingyu for more than 200 years.
He is familiar with everything there, and everything on Earth is so strange to Er. Although there are places in the universe where science and technology are even more advanced than the Earth, Er has never been there. Here, Er's various actions, in exchange for countless regretful eyes.
It's very simple. People think she's retarded. Just straighten them all. Tian told the hairdresser that straightening should be the fastest and simplest hairstyle. Hairstylists don't care. It's good to have a business. Nowadays, the price of grain and oil is rising, so we have to eat anyway. Who knows, as soon as he touched Er's hair, he was suddenly pushed away by Er's palm. To be exact, Er's palm didn't touch him, but as soon as he made a gesture, the hairdresser flew 2 or 3 meters and fell to the ground. Don't touch my hair. No man has ever touched my hair. Tian is very embarrassed. He used to help the hairdresser up and use mana to recover his injury. Fortunately, Er didn't kill him. He just subconsciously resisted and didn't use much mana. This time, the hairstyle can't be done.
Er has become the focus of the whole hairdressing room, and many people secretly take photos with their mobile phones.
Tian pulls her out, gets on the car and drives forward.
He says with a little complaint, Er, do as the Romans do here.
We can't be too willful. I've got a lot of things to do with you. It's different from Fangsu and Lingyu here. That's no good.
Men can't touch, women can't touch.
They are not the closest people. They can't be so close.
They may spit out their mana and murder others.
Er pouts her little mouth. People here don't have magic power. They can't vomit. Tian said helplessly. That doesn't work either. Er is still holding on. Forget it. Tian sighed and drove the car out of the county.
He knew very well that he would not be so calm with this girl in the future. This idea just born, but see Er suddenly push open the door, jump down, no matter the car is still open.
No.
Tian, this idea just started. Er already gave the boy of street kiss girlfriend a big mouth.
Molesting a good woman in the street. After the fight, Er was still eloquent and attracted many onlookers. Are you crazy?
This is my boyfriend. The girl got angry at once. I'm sorry, she just came out, immediately sent back, this is to compensate you. Tian hurried over and took 1,000 yuan for others.
He took Er to the car. The money is taken from the bank.
When it comes back to the Earth, it has to have cash on it. Otherwise, it is not convenient to swipe the card in gold bar.
Am I wrong? Sun affirmation. Don't think oneself is wrong, a strength ground asks Leaf Day. Others are reasonable and legal, they can't control it. Tian explains in a hurry.
Well, a couple of bitches dare to do something in the street.
By the way, brother Tian, you just said that I just came out. Where did I just come out from? With that, Er thought of it. Well, I just came out of the salon, so I'm in a bad mood.
Tian hastened to cover up.
What did you just give them?
Tian stepped on the accelerator and felt that he was going crazy. Now it seems that Moron Yen is 100 times stronger than this product.
Along the way, Tian tells Er 5 things over and over again. Mind your own business. Don't hurt. No fire. No smashing. You can't jump without stopping.
Fortunately, it seems that Ear listens in, and Yi Tiankai is a little relieved.
400 miles away in Ningzhong City, Yi Tian met Meng Haoran, president of the Guwu Research Association, in a botanical garden on the outskirts of the city. The two people contacted by telephone and made an appointment to meet here. Er is left in the car not far away by Yi Tian.
Lord Yi, I've been contacting you recently, but I haven't contacted you all the time.
Did the people in the Miluo Palace say that you've been away? Yes? Overseas? As soon as we met, Meng Haoran said excitedly. Yi Tian charged his mobile phone with electricity.
After he turned it on, he found that there were more than 30,000 calls in it.
However, because the mobile phone in Fangsu and Lingyu had no electricity, he didn't receive them, but there were many calls from Meng Haoran.
Now the official department in charge that can be contacted is the Guwu Research Association.
Some things have to be solved. For Meng Haoran's question, Yi Tian didn't hide it.
He shook his head and said, I haven't been on Earth recently.
I went out for a trip.
When those Tianwai monks went to their hometown to inquire about the news.
Really? Yi Zhongzhu, I don't study much. Don't cheat me? Yi Tian is telling the truth, but Meng Haoran's expression looks like he doesn't believe it. It's nothing to lie about. If something so big happens on Earth, I have no reason not to show up.
You also know that the temple of Miluo was attacked by the heavenly monks.
If I were there, I would leave them all behind. Yi Tian said with deep regret.
Lord Yi, I know you are very good.
It seems that you have made a breakthrough recently? Now it should be Longmen, right?
However, those Tianwai friars were so cunning and powerful that even the 8 old people in the ruins could not help them.
Does Lord Yi know what realm they are?
They are 2 in the late stage of Longmen, 5 in the middle stage and 1 in the early stage.
As a result, 6 people were seriously injured, including 2 seniors in the late stage of Longmen and 4 seniors in the middle stage of Longmen.
The other 2 didn't get hurt because they didn't fight with Tianwai friars directly.
Otherwise, life and death would be hard to predict. Here, Meng Haoran thinks that Yi Tian should be shocked, but Yi Tian in front of him is indifferent.
It's like listening to him say that everyone had drunk too much last night, without any waves.
Up to now, he still doesn't believe Yi Naivte's leaving the Earth.
He just feels that he is seeking a breakthrough behind closed doors. Otherwise, in his present state, even if he practiced 24 hours a day, it would be very terrible to reach this level. Lord Yi, I really don't have alarmist words. I've called you many times to ask the Miluo Palace to stand up and cooperate with the military to do more to defend the Earth. During this period, the Miluo Palace was mainly used for self-preservation, and there was no large-scale attack.
In fact, Meng Haoran also understood that even if the 8 old people in the ruins gave their heads away, what else could they expect from the Miluo Palace? After all, it's a miracle that Miluo Palace can hold the Sex Gate and kill the monks several days away. Yi Tian Dao, it's no problem to make efforts.
However, on my way here, I was shot several times and almost became cannon fodder because of flying Imperial Sword.
I'm a mountain person. I have to drive that thing to get on the road? No sense of security at all. Then Yi Tianchao pointed to the SUV.
Meng Haoran's face was smothering, and then he showed an embarrassed look. It's my fault. The military has issued an air ban order. All our friars flying in the air must report in advance and pass a certain place at a certain time, or the firepower in the air and on the ground will strike indiscriminately. I think Lord Yi must have been in the Miluo Palace, so he didn't inform me in time.
Bullshit. Hearing this news, Yi Tian became angry. What kind of bullshit command? Fighting with Tianwai friars, attacking thousands of miles, killing everywhere, are all improvised. The opportunity is fleeting. How to report? Who can report it? It's no problem to attack Tianwai friars, but does it limit our own people? Isn't the military worried about hurting its own people? Meng Haoran once again showed an embarrassed look. Lord Yi may always be closed. Do not understand the war situation? I don't know much about it, so I'll ask President Meng about it.
Yi Tian nods away, tone eased a few. Meng Haoran looked at the sky for a moment, then turned his head inside. At the beginning of fighting against Tianwei friars, the military was going to destroy Tianwei friars with scientific and technological weapons. But we, the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association, are well aware of the superhuman ability of the practitioners, and put forward the strategy of joint confrontation between the ancient martial arts practitioners and the military.
Yi Tian nodded and said, "This is absolutely right.
The ability of a monk is absolutely beyond the ability of ordinary people, even if there are airplanes and cannons." Yes, we also told the military about the practitioners' magic power, and the military also agreed to this strategy. The practitioners cooperated with the military, but there was a problem of who was the leader. Our Ancient Martial Arts Research Association also proposed that the practitioners should be the leading force and the military should cooperate. Because of the military's limited knowledge of Tianwei monks, they also agreed to this proposal.
Meng Haoran said here, a trace of sadness appeared on his face.
Then he continued, "However, the fact is not like what we imagined.
As soon as the war started, we were defeated.
We thought that the 3,000 God Guards who were the trump card had lost 30%, the military alliance had broken up, and many traitors had gone to the enemy. All the 8 old men in the ruins were injured. Because of this scuffle, the military also lost the opportunity to use scientific and technological weapons." Yi Tian shook his head. "It's not your fault.
In fact, Tianwei friars are not stupid.
They have searched for souls many times after invading the earth, so they can't hide the fact of scientific and technological weapons from them.
The reason why they fight with you is because they know that you can't use scientific and technological weapons. Even without you, they will certainly not be within the range of scientific and technological weapons."
Meng Haoran sighed, with a trace of fatigue on his face. "It may be true, but that war was really a failure of the Earth's practitioners. Because of this, the military lost confidence in the cultivators, and the situation was completely dominated by the military. The cultivators only assisted and cooperated. Therefore, the military issued an airban order.
As long as it is not reported, scientific and technological weapons will strike the pilots indiscriminately.
Because it is impossible to distinguish between the enemy and ourselves based on the military's ability, we can only use this method to distinguish. Otherwise, once we lose the opportunity, the damage to the military will be extremely serious. Even so, it is impossible to prevent. The monks were too cunning. According to various data, there should be about 200 Tianwei monks who have appeared, but they can't be found at ordinary times. They can be invisible, they can escape from the wind, they can escape from the earth, they can escape from the water, they can fly to the earth, and sometimes they become ordinary people.
It's these monks who can't find Tianwei. They may be around at any time.
In the past 3 months, there have been more than 10,000 murders committed by Tianwei monks across the country. They have even attacked airports 6 times and barracks 12 times, resulting in heavy losses.
It is impossible to prevent them. This is the first time Yi Tian has heard these data since he returned to Earth.
There are more than 10,000 murders, at least 3,000 times a month, and 100 in a day.
This is a terrible number.
Through Meng Haoran's narration, he has a better understanding of the current situation.
No wonder the heartworm he sent didn't find anything. Tianwei friars are much more cunning than when they first came. If you don't go to Fangsu and Lingyu, maybe the situation will be better? But not necessarily. At that time, he was still too weak.
Thinking about this, Yi Tian said again, "Since the situation is so passive now, it shows that there is nothing wrong with the strategy of self-cultivation leading defense. To put it mildly, the strategy is right, but the people who carry it out are too weak, including the 8 old people in the ruins. But the ancient martial forces on the earth are all there, and no one can use them. Even if the Miluo Palace took part in the war at that time, it didn't help. After all, you were beaten to the door by Tianwei monks, and you just relied on the field array to defend passively."
Meng Haoran, listening to Yi Tian's words, is somewhat unconvinced.
After all, no one who is said to be weak will be convinced. However, Yi Tian was not affected by his emotion, and he still said with a smile, "Chairman Meng said that the temple of Miluo was then, but now it is different."
"What's the difference?" Meng Haoran asked. "Because I'm back," Yi Tian said, holding up his arms. Meng Haoran looks at Yi Tian and shakes his head. He doesn't say anything. Maybe he doesn't think it's necessary or disdainful to say anything more. Yi Tian continued with disapproval. In addition to asking for information, there is also an important thing to see if Chairman Meng can tell the military that the Miluo Palace needs the power to fight independently, the power to avoid reporting by the imperial heir, and the power to avoid identity checking. That's impossible. The military has been completely disappointed with the practitioners. They will follow their strategy all the time and will not make the mistake again. In other words, even the Miluo Palace is dispensable in their eyes. It won't disturb the defense deployment because of you. If Lord Yi has the heart to make efforts to defend against Tianwai monks, I can help you report to the military, and I will inform you if there is a task. Meng Haoran refused without thinking about it. Yi Tian's face was ugly, but he finally nodded. Well, the last question is, do you have the contact information of the 8 elders in the ruins? Meng Haoran shook his head. No, when they want to find someone, they take the initiative to go, and we can't get in touch. It was the 8 old people in the ruins who took the initiative to fight that war. Now they should be healing their wounds. It's estimated that Lord Yi has gone, and they won't give you any advice. Chairman Meng, I think you have misunderstood me. I didn't ask them for advice. I just wanted to heal them. If you see them, let them come to me. Yi Tian and Meng Haoran shook hands and had nothing to do with this pedantic fat old man. Oh, brother Yi Tian, you finally finished. On the car, Er saw 2 people shake hands, finally couldn't help pushing the door open and running over. Yi Tian explained this kind of etiquette to him on the road. No matter men or women, shaking hands when they meet means greeting. Shaking hands means goodbye. If you don't let go of it all the time, the same sex is Lala, the opposite sex is lovers, and the older sex may be netizens, you can't play this. If someone reaches out his hand to her, it may be out of courtesy. He may not hold it, but he cannot fight. Ah, Miss Qin. Hello? Qin Luo God and Yi Tian appear at the Guwu meeting together, so he sees Er and quickly reaches out his hand. Cannot hold, but cannot play. Er thinks about what Yi Tian has said. Ignoring Meng Haoran's outstretched hand, she goes straight to Yi Tian and says to Meng Haoran, please call me Taoist friend Qin. I have an ID card. Yi Tian's mouth draws, and his hand caresses his forehead. Haha, Qin Daoyu is so humorous. Meng Haoran withdrew his hand awkwardly, but suddenly felt the breath of Qin Luogod, and his expression suddenly smothered. I remember that a few months ago, Miss Qin was still on the 5th or 6th floor of the cave. I didn't expect that she broke through to the sea view. What a speed! Without waiting for Yi Tian to speak, Er sighed first. If I hadn't been poisoned for a period of time, I could have reached the midterm sea view. Haha, Chairman Meng, there is a kind of cultivation speed called the speed of the Miluo Palace. You don't believe that she can't be in the top 50 with us? Yi Tian saw that Meng Haoran was shocked by Er's words and said immediately. It seems that I really have to work hard. I can't play anymore, or my mother should scold me again. Er naturally takes what Yi Tian said. We are there as a temple. When he thinks of his ranking, he is really the bottom, and he has a strong will to admit defeat. You talk, I'm gone. Meng Haoran's fat on his face shook a few times, said hello casually, and left the botanical garden. Yi Tian nodded slightly and watched Meng Haoran leave. He didn't mention his ID card. Now Tianwai friars are public enemies all over the world. He wants to get an ID card for Tianwai friars. He doesn't know how much trouble has happened. Besides, it's not right to find Meng Haoran. We have to think of other ways first. What about this man's expression? Yi-sun also draws back a vision. Doubt asks away. Yi Tian shook his head helplessly. He must think we are bragging. This time back, Yi Tianpa has a sense of powerlessness. It's because I think things are too simple at the beginning. The biggest trouble is not the coming friars, but my own people. He can't fly with the sword, especially with the temple people, including Er. If they are really attacked by artillery or aircraft, even if they are not injured, the people in these temples will have resistance and even hatred towards the people on earth. It's something he absolutely doesn't want to see. Moreover, it is likely to disrupt the deployment of the military, waste valuable resources of the military, and cause panic among the people. If you don't fly with the sword, your freedom of movement is limited, and even the friars can't be found anywhere. This feeling is like all the strength, but a punch to the cotton. Meng Haoren can't solve this problem, but Yi Tian can't find 8 old people in the ruins. A difficult problem is put in front of Yi Tian. While pondering, Yi Tian's phone rings suddenly. Yi Tian takes out the phone and takes a look. Unexpectedly, it's Shi Xiong. After returning to the Earth, I haven't had time to contact him, and many of the previous unanswered calls were his. Stone, miss me? Yi Tian pressed the answer button. Yes, Leaf, I can hardly remember. The phone has been turned off. Where have you been? The voice of Shi Xiong's surprise came from the phone. Some things need to be dealt with. I've been away for a while. I'll see you when I'm free. I'll hang up if I don't have anything else. Yi Tian said directly. No, it's really something. When the military recruits at the Guwu Academy, do you think I'll go or not? Shi Xiong asked. What? How can the military recruit at Guwu Academy? Does Guwu College agree? Yi Tian is very anxious. The college has no opinions. It depends entirely on the students' own opinions. Shi Xiong said. What's your personal opinion? Yi Tian didn't express his opinion. He asked Shi Xiong first. Stone, I also want to defend my country, but now I'm too slow to take part in the war, so I want to take up arms. Shi Xiong said what he thought. Do other students think the same way? Yi Tianxin sinks down. He doesn't agree with the zeal of defending his country. Just when he gets to the army, he means that he will give up the cultivation of ancient martial arts, and their qualifications are the best. They are awakened heaven in man. Ordinary people can do things like taking up arms. And only those talents have unlimited possibilities of cultivation. Many students think so I want you to help me make up my mind. Shi Xiong said in a deep voice. You are waiting for me in Guwu College. Don't sign up. You can arrive in about 4 hours. Although the royal sword is flying high in the sky, it may not be visible to the naked eye, but the military has radar scanning. Think about it, he still did not cause that trouble. 800 kilometers, Yi Tian's speed is not slow. By the time he arrived at Nanhai Guwu College, it was almost dusk. At this time, the enrollment is not over, and it's very important. Parents of students are allowed to come here for reference, so there are more students on campus. Yi Tian and Ir can easily enter the college with Shi Xiong. How many people signed up? See Shi Xiong, Yi Tian asks directly. Shi Xiong said, there are more than 10,000 people in the school, and about 5,200 people have signed up. The military is still working. Yi Tian nodded, and he saw that there were posters everywhere in the college, as well as voice propaganda. All kinds of weapons were displayed on military vehicles, and many people came to the army. From this incident, Yi Tianning can see that the status of the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association has plummeted, which has led to the decline of the status of ancient martial arts education. In addition, the military also announced a decision that the 1 billion reward fund of Guwu College will be transformed into the reward fund for Chinese heroes to reward those military heroes who have made outstanding contributions to the protection of the country. Shi Xiong continued. Hearing this, Yi Tian frowns and rewards Chinese heroes. There's no problem. He can make another billion or even 10 billion. But why should we transfer the reward fund of Guwu College? At least we have to fight for our own agreement on this matter, right? So, after the award fund was transferred, many students who hoped to get the award also signed up to join the army. Shixiang Yi Tian some unhappy, further explained. Well, I see. The existence of this fund has become an obstacle to conscription. The military may not use this fund, but it will definitely not be used as a reward for excellent students of Guwu. Yi Tian nodded and seemed to understand. What's your opinion, Yi? Major Su talked to me about it. I hope I can take the lead. Shi Xiong asked again. Don't ask me for advice.
10 minutes later, you decide for yourself.
Yi Tian said with deep meaning.
Then he turned back and said a few words to Ear.
Ear nodded with a smile. Yi Tian pats Xiong on the shoulder, then disappears from his eyes. In less than a minute, the enemy attack alarm of Guwu Academy suddenly sounded.
Dozens of soldiers who came to recruit quickly moved to command the academy to hide in the teaching building while shooting into the sky under the cover of military vehicles.
It's really bold. This is a recruiting place.
The monk of Tianwai dares to come here. Major Sutherland looked at the figures flying in the sky and said, picking up his submachine gun and firing bullets. He is the general director of this recruitment to Guwu Academy, and he is also an excellent soldier.
A single bullet hit the man.
Not only him, but also the rest of the soldiers had good accuracy.
Most of the dense bullets hit the target.
However, the shocking thing is that no matter how many bullets hit, the Tianwai friar still flew slowly with his sword, looking undamaged.
What kind of monk is this? How do you carry it? Sutherland pulled out the clip and put it on again. Instead of firing immediately, he looked up into the air. This Tianwai friar is different from the past.
The former Tianwai friars didn't allow you to shoot at such a short distance.
Moreover, although they can condense the earth armor, there are too many bullets on it.
The earth armor will collapse naturally.
It won't be like this. No matter how you shoot, it's okay. Moreover, it seems that the other side has no agglomerated soil armor at all. I don't believe it. I can't beat you to death?
Sutherland spat and continued to fire with his hands.
However, the friars in the sky were still intact, and began to land slowly, allowing the soldiers to shoot.
At last, when the bullet was finished, Sutherland dropped his gun and felt powerless.
According to his experience, this man can't be killed.
He didn't know that Yi Tian was wearing a treasure garment made of silk from the cold region, and he was immortal.
This kind of bullet couldn't help him. Yi Tian.
Suddenly, in the teaching building, Yan Bing suddenly ran out and waved to the monks in the sky.
Shixian swallows his saliva and goes to the direction of Yetian's falling. Don't fight, Major Su. It's your own man. Yan Bing waved to Su Delin and grabbed Yi Tian, who fell to the ground. When did you come back? Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders and put out his hand. Isn't that right? Just got here. The welcome ceremony was very warm.
In the classroom, the headmaster Zhang Peng heard that it was Yi Tian. With a sad face, he suddenly glowed and jumped down from the window to run to Yi Tian.
There are also some students who know Yi Tian.
The playground became lively. Dozens of soldiers gathered around Major Su Delin and looked at the scene inexplicably.
They were not from the mountain and had never heard of Yi Tian's name. What's the matter? Go and ask the drill master Yan to come and ask him. Sutherland gave orders to a soldier.
Soon, Yan Bing came out of the crowd and came to Sutherland.
Su Delin stood at attention and saluted Yan Bing, Instructor Yan, who is Yi Tian.
He turned out to be a sophomore of Nanhai University. When this ancient martial arts college was founded, he was a registered student, but he was always on leave because of his personal affairs. Moreover, he founded an ancient martial arts education institution called Miluo Palace, and I was also a student there. Yan Bing began to introduce, but some words were euphemistic.
So it is. Su Delin's eyes brightened. Go and have a look. Please introduce us to Instructor Yan.
Yan Bing naturally has no problem.
Yi Tian has already sent her the message. They go through many walls and enter it.
Yi Tian, this is Major Su, the person in charge of this recruitment.
This is the College of Guwu University, Yi Tian.
After Yan Bing's introduction, her task is over and she retreats to one side. Yi Tian, on behalf of Xinhui Army, I sincerely invite you to join the army and make your own contribution to the protection of our country.
Su Delin holds Yi Tian's hand and specially looks at whether Yi Tian is wearing a bulletproof jacket. Yi Tian also shook Su Delin's hand and said, Hello, Major Su, it's everyone's responsibility and obligation to defend our country.
But it doesn't have to be a soldier to defend our country. To make our own contribution in each post is to do our best for our country.
For example, I am a student of Guwu.
On this road, I may go higher and farther, and have greater strength to protect the country and the people. If I join the army, I will cut off this road and take up my gun.
What should I do if I meet an enemy like me who can't fight to death? If you want to kill a real strong enemy, you must be an ancient warrior.
Although I can't join the army, I will take an active part in any military action that needs me.
After listening to Yi Tian's words, Su Delen almost wanted to slap himself.
For a moment, he was fond of material.
When he asked this question in public, people answered it in public.
But although these remarks are reasonable, they seem to affect his next work.
Conscription is voluntary. Although it is an encouragement to join the army, it can't be forced. Su Delen's self-restraint is good.
He patted Yi Tian on the shoulder. Well said, the country needs such people.
Keep your phone number. It's true that he didn't wear bulletproof clothes. Su Delen specially looked at Yi Tian.
His clothes had been beaten to rags, revealing some skin, but there was not even a red dot on his skin, which made him more puzzled.
After exchanging the number with Su Delen, Yi Tian doesn't delay anymore.
After saying goodbye to each other, his figure immediately disappears from the original place. This is another heavy bomb, which immediately caused a heated discussion. Su Delen listened, feeling a little wrong, because someone had come to him to cancel the registration.
And more people came to him.
In fact, this kind of registration is only an intention type, not a formal recruitment list, because the final intention should be determined according to the registration, and some qualification examination should be carried out before recruitment.
You can change your intention during the registration process.
As the names were crossed off the list, more students gathered around. As a result, it took less than an hour for the whole day's results, and all the registered students cancelled their registration.
Yi, I have decided not to join the army, learn Guwu well, and use Guwu's strength to serve the country. Shixiong dials Yi Tian. Well, I respect your choice. Hearing Yi Tian's answer, Shixiong goes to Major Su Delen.
After Shixiong left, Su Delen was silent for a long time and dialed a phone. Colonel, I'm disgraced.
A student of Nanhai Guwu Academy didn't come back. What's the matter? At noon, have you signed up for more than 3,000 people?
There was a low voice on the phone.
Well, more than 5,000 people signed up an hour ago. Su Delen told the story.
Are you sure you saw what you said?
After a moment's silence, the voice on the phone asked. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes.
The bullet didn't hurt the man at all, and it would escape. I suspect that he came to make trouble on purpose, which made us waste a lot of bullets.
Su Delen said reluctantly. If so, it's still a talent.
Today, I got a clue that there are 2 people in Lego Bar who don't match their ID card photos. I can't confirm whether they are Tianwai friars.
I've sent Yang Bo to take them. You contact Yi Tian and let him take part in the operation.
Task situation, contact Yang Bo. If Yi Tian performance can, I personally find him to join the army. The phone continued.
Yes, Su Delen seemed to be in front of the man, with his legs together and a straight posture. 30 minutes later, Yi Tian and Er met with Su Delen and other soldiers in a street.
There are 2 people in Lego Bar who don't match the photos of their ID cards.
Our character is to determine whether they are Tianwai friars or not. If they are outlaws, arrest them on the spot.
If they are Tianwai friars, make another plan to avoid the safety of people's lives and property.
Su Delen only said on the phone that he had a task, but he didn't say anything about it.
After meeting, he explained the situation in detail.
Don't be sure, it's Tianwai friar. I've determined it. Yi Tian knows the location of Lego Bar. When Su Delen says the name, Yi Tian has released his mind to investigate. With Su Delen's words, Yi Tian has found out the result. How do you know? Asked Su Delen incredulously. Because I am a practitioner, I can feel it. You'd better not go there. Those people are not bad at sensing. Once they are gone, they will commit a lot of crimes. Now they don't do it, probably because they want to drink, that's all. Major Su has a good memory. Is there such a case? Yi Tian asked.
There are indeed such cases, and not together.
It seems that Tian monks prefer the wine of the earth. What about this situation? Suderlin thought and said. Yi Tian asked, how did you deal with it before?
For the sake of the safety of people's lives and property, we usually look for the right opportunities to start, but it seems that we have not found the right opportunities. Because it's not a wise choice to rush in, we often miss good opportunities and fail to avoid incidents.
Yi Tian nodded, which he expected. Ordinary people had no advantage over monks. Leave it to me. Promise not to hurt the innocent. To you? I have to ask for instructions. With that, Soderlein stepped aside to make a phone call. Soon back to tell Yi Tian, the top agreed.
Yi Tian nodded, call your partner back, the other party has found out. If you stay too long, it will be very troublesome to irritate the other party.
Suderlin takes a deep look at Yi Tian. Without speaking, he takes out the phone and dials Yang Bo over there.
But in the heart is very puzzled. Yi Tian is really very powerful, he did not say, he actually knew that there is another group of people to act together.
Well, we've got them back. After calling, Suderlin returns to Yi Tian.
Yi Tian nodded and walked forward. Okay, those two people have already dealt with it.
They can go there. You mean, the two monks have already dealt with it? Suderlin can't believe it. Isn't it a joke? In strategizing, in winning thousands of miles away? Let's go and have a look. It's better to have a car. If not, take mine. With that, Yi Tianchao pointed to the side of the road and an SUV appeared out of thin air. An SUV with a license plate? Looking at the sudden appearance of the off-road vehicle, Suderlin's eyes became straight. Come up.
It's more than 10 miles from Lego Bar.
There's a lot of confusion over there now. Tell your people to go and keep order. Yi Tian sits in the cab. Er naturally sits in the co-driver's seat. Suderlin looks at Yi Tian suspiciously and calls Yang Bo.
Then he got into the back of the car with a friend. The off-road vehicle runs fast on the street, and there are few pedestrians in the street at night, so it soon comes to the Lego Bar. At this time, the bar has been put up a cordon, someone is maintaining order, there is a circle of onlookers outside the cordon. Yi Tian stepped on the brake and turned to Suderlin and said, I won't go up. The storage rings on the fingers of the two dead people are proof of their identity. The space inside is filled with things. In addition, their skin is difficult to cut with ordinary swords.
This is also a proof.
In addition, their wounds are poisonous, so we must take preventive measures when dealing with corpses.
All right. Suderlin agreed and got out of the car with his parents. 10 minutes later, he came out of the bar. Behind him, someone was carrying 2 white body bags. Master Yi, how did you do it? This time, Suderlin not only had a respectful attitude, but also changed his address. He no longer called Yi Tian classmate.
Yi Tian smiles, Major Su, every cultivator has his own special ability and secret.
If you want to solve this secret, I advise you to practice Guwu. You are the awakened Lei Lingzhen, a very powerful man in heaven. Maybe you don't know. Really? Can I? Suderlin's eyes lit up and looked at Suderlin with hope. No mistake. Do you think there's a lot of static electricity on your hands recently? Asked Yi Tian. Suderlin was a little stunned, and once again took a deep look at Yi Tian. Yes, that's right.
In the past, I was in the special forces because there was a lot of static electricity, which might detonate ammunition, so I was transferred out to be responsible for recruiting soldiers.
Believe me, practice ancient martial arts. Your achievements are limitless. Yi Tian patted him on the shoulder. Half an hour later, Suderlin pinched his fingers and then flicked his fingers. Several strands of electric arc popped up and hit a stone on the side of the road. The stone the size of the bowl was broken in half. I can't believe that this arc has such power. Suderlin looked at his right hand and murmured. Yi Tian said with a smile, this is just the beginning. If you keep practicing, your achievements will be limitless. Master Yi, can you continue to teach me? Suderlin asked earnestly, with an impulse in his heart. It's not convenient for Miluo Palace to recruit military apprentices.
If Major Lin wants to learn, he can apply to Jiangnan Ancient Martial Arts College.
Yi Tian politely refuses Su Delan's request. He doesn't want others to say that the Miluo Palace has penetrated into the army. Well, if there's anything I don't understand, Master Yi will help me out then. Suderlin said helplessly.
Soon, he dialed a phone. Colonel, the task has been completed, killing 2 monks outside the sky, the identity has been confirmed.
Well done.
It's the first time that the Nanhai garrison has killed a monk.
How about the sacrifice? How big is it? Asked the voice on the phone.
Report to the colonel, no sacrifice.
Sudlin straightened up and returned. Well, what about people's lives and property? He asked again on the phone.
Su Delan said in a loud voice, there is no loss of people's lives, property loss of a wine cup. Is Tianwai monk's death hit on the ground?
What?
Report the process of the task.
I'm going to report you up.
The voice on the other side of the phone was excited. Su Delan took a look at Yi Tian in the distance and said, Colonel, none of our people moved.
Yi Tian did it himself. Moreover, he did it 10 miles away. I don't know how to do it.
Colonel, but I know that his use of ancient martial arts means. I think maybe we need someone to learn something about ancient martial arts in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, or to fight against Tianwai friars.
Sudlin, have you been brainwashed? Gulu has no future. Where are you? Still at Lego?
I'll be right there, and Yi Tian won't let him leave.
After that, the phone hung up. After he answered the phone, Sudlin shook his head helplessly. Once upon a time, he was biased against Gulu, just like the colonel. But after real contact, he knew what a beautiful mysterious world it was, what a vast and magnificent world it was. The reason why I didn't realize these problems before may be that I didn't meet Yi Tian. I don't know that people on Earth can practice to this extent.
I just think that is the unique practice method of Tianwai monks.
Master Yi, my boss is coming to see you.
Please wait here for a moment.
Su Delan returns to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded gently.
What he was waiting for was to get in touch with the military and create some conditions for future actions. After all, Meng Haorun was unreliable.
Master Yi, is it the master who reminds the guests in the bar?
At this time, another brave-looking soldier came.
Yang Bo, Major Yang. Su Delan said. Yi Tian shook hands with him and said, yes, it's called Shinli Sound Transmission in Gulu.
I'll sound everyone there, and then they leave without any trace.
Otherwise, it will definitely cause casualties. Well done, I've opened my eyes today. Yang Bo holds Yi Tian's hand again. Can that ring really hold a lot of things?
It seems that Colonel Yang doesn't read novels at ordinary times.
There are some things in the novels that are close to each other.
Besides, the army also needs some ancient martial arts people, so we can't beat down a boat of people with one stroke. For example, this forbidden air is convenient for the monks outside the sky, but it limits our own people.
Yi Tian began to make use of it. That's not true.
For example, we have strong artillery in the South China Sea, but Tianwai monks sneak in.
Otherwise, they will never come back. Yang Bo said confidently. I hope so. Yi Tian doesn't think so. He knows monks too well. Even when he is still in the cave, cannons may not be useful to him. Another monk is coming. Suddenly he looked at the heavy night sky. Haha, it's impossible.
The radar monitoring here is very advanced. As long as a friar enters 80 miles around Nanhai City one day, the alarm center will get the news and sound the alarm.
Suderlin is very proud to say, the alarm did not sound, there must be no monks outside the sky.
Yi Tian still looked into the distance and said faintly, of course, the alarm won't go off now, because the monk was still 300 li away from here that day.
It will take about 7 minutes to reach the 80-mile range. Master Yi, are you sure?
Can you feel it in 300 li? If Master Yi is sure, I'll report to the summit immediately and let the artillery group get ready in advance. Suderlin asked solemnly. Yi Tian Dao said, the news is certainly correct, but the artillery doesn't have to make any preparation.
This Tian friar is very powerful, and the artillery doesn't work for him.
Don't waste the shells. No, since the information is accurate, I have to report the military information.
That's my duty.
Moreover, I believe in our army's ground-to-air anti-aircraft artillery group. With that, Soderlein stepped aside and quickly dialed the phone. Soon, he came back with a relaxed expression on his face. At present, the artillery regiment is ready, and all ground forces are ready.
He will never come back.
Yi Tian frowned disapprovingly. The other side's random attack may cause heavy losses to the ground troops.
Why don't Major Su follow the peak and ask for instructions? Don't fire. Let me fight. The battle order has been issued. It can't be changed. Is Master Ye's reaction accurate? Soderlin also looked up at the sky.
In fact, he could see nothing but black.
1 more minute.
Since Yi Tian said the time, Yang Bo was always looking at his watch. At this time, he specially reported the time. Then he began to read the seconds. When he read 3, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded around him. The street immediately became chaotic, and sporadic pedestrians rushed everywhere.
Master Yi is a god.
Yang Bo, Sudelin, and other soldiers in plainclothes look at Yi Tian one after another.
They are shocked.
Then they all take up their guns and aim at the air, as if the next moment the friars will come.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After a while, with the sound of bang bang, many flares gradually hit the sky seemed to light up.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Then, countless guns outside the city were launched into the sky.
Countless tons of fire brightened the sky.
This kind of ground-to-air shell will explode at high altitude after it is fired, so we don't worry about falling to the ground again and causing accidental injury. Saw a ton of fire to draw a line of fire, in the air blast open, deafening.
Yang Bo and Su Delin look far away, but they can't even see their own shadow. Master Yi, what's up?
They both look at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's brow is still frowning. Immediately past the artillery blockade area. That person is very powerful, is flying in this direction. Fortunately he has not shot now, otherwise there will be casualties. As soon as his words came to an end, the fire suddenly stopped, and then there was a fierce gunfire. Yi Tian shakes his head helplessly. This kind of blow can't do any harm to a monk at the top of Longmen realm.
How's it going?
Suderlin asked again. He still did not see anything, but at this time the gunfire also stopped, but the alarm suddenly went crazy again.
Isn't that coming?
Yi Tian pointed to the sky, and then his figure disappeared from the original place. When it reappeared, it was high above the sky. With more than a dozen flares, the sky was as bright as day. People on the ground have been able to see the friars from the distant sky and the shadow of Yi Tian from the ground. As the flares went out and the alarm rang through the city, the sky became gray again. When a group of flares lit up, people were shocked to find that the battle had ended in a flash, and a figure seemed to carry this corpse down from the sky. Just who carries who, but it is not clear. Su Delin, Yang Bo and others were extremely nervous when their guns were aimed at the sky. Although they know that if Tianwai friars win, they may not be able to do anything with their guns, but this is their only dependence. All of a sudden, Suderlin put down his gun with a relaxed look.
Delin, do you see who won and who lost? Yang Bo also asked in a relaxed mood. Suderlin shook his head and pointed to Yi Tian's car.
Yang Bo glanced and saw a beautiful girl in the car watching cat and mouse in the car video.
And still giggling. Well, Master Yi, if she is not sure, can she be so calm? Suderlin nuzzled at Il.
The sky is still very dark, no flares played, may have been exhausted, the shadow is still slowly falling, cannot see who is who. Yang Bo put the pistol back in the holster and knocked at the door of the SUV.
Er rolled down the window and looked at Yang Bo with an unhappy face.
He was working hard to watch the cartoon. He didn't feel so good about being disturbed.
Excuse me, how do you know Yi Tian will win? Are you that confident? Yang Bo asked with a smile. What? Brother Yi Tian went to fight again?
Er comes out of the car, jumps into the air and floats in the low air. Yang Bo felt as if he had misunderstood something. He took out his pistol and looked nervously into the air again. Suddenly, he felt a cool wind blowing behind him, with a trace of fragrance. He suddenly looked back, only to find that the little girl sat back in the car and continued to watch the cartoon. Yang Bo whispered in secret, such magic power, let him hope but not immediately, in the heart cannot help but produce infinite yearning. At this time, the shadow in the sky suddenly speeded up, and then Yi Tian's figure fell to the ground. He threw aside the body of the monk that day. Yang Bo and Su Dellen took a look, but they saw a huge blood hole in the belly of the middle-aged monk Tian in ancient clothes, which was gurgling with blood. In addition, his head was broken and his face was beyond recognition. And the finger is wearing a simple style storage ring. Master Yi, it's amazing. At this time, the people next to Yi Tianshi were full of awe. This is the power of the strong. It's a small matter. If I had been asked to do it earlier, those shells would have been saved, and there were bullets, haha. Yi Tian continued to stimulate them. I really don't know that Yi Dao Yu is so easy to get rid of this person. I thought it was the same as the rumor. Suderlin made a half cut. Yi Tian shook his head and said nothing more. This storage ring. Sudlin gave the ring a shot. This is the seized property. It will be returned to the public naturally. Yi Tian said faintly. Thank you, Master Yi. Su Dellen was relieved. He wanted to explain that there was discipline in the army, so everything he seized had to be registered, and he was worried that Yi Tian would not allow it. After all, this man was killed by Yi Tian himself, and the military was a bit forced to do so. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian is so generous that he gives up the ring. He can't help admiring him. However, he didn't know that the reason why Yi Tian landed so slowly was that he gave him a storage ring with a mess in the sky, and he also searched his soul. When he was about to land on the ground, he just killed him with one hand. Before that, he just abandoned his cultivation. Today is a great victory. 3 Tianwai monks were killed overnight. It's a great victory for the whole country. When Su Dellen calls to report the result, Yang Bo excitedly says to Yi Tian. Today, he saw for the first time that the ancient martial arts practitioners had such near mythical power. A green SUV stopped next to Suderlin. Suderlin opened the door and came down a middle-aged soldier in a straight uniform. After saluting each other, Su Dellen leads the square-faced middle-aged man to Yi Tian and Yang Bo. The etiquette between the soldiers was very complicated. After Yang Bo and the man saluted each other, Su Dellen introduced, Master Yi, this is Colonel Lin Quan. Hello, Colonel Lin. Yi Tian and Lin Quan shake hands and greet each other. Lin Quan looked at Yi Tian carefully and sighed, it's really a young hero. Master Yi is so young that he has such a realm. It's really a blessing for the people and the country. It's said that Master Yi is a student of Guwu Academy. Do you have any plans to join the army? Do you want to be so direct? Yi Tian didn't expect that the colonel recruited himself so directly. He knew that the other party was eager for talent, so he politely refused, Colonel Lin, I have too many common things here. I'm afraid I can't be trained in the army, but still that sentence. If there is a place that needs my help, I won't shirk it. But, I'm a cultivator. I'm used to flying in the air at ordinary times. Now I've got a ban on flying. There are shells everywhere. I'm not afraid to get hurt, but I can't afford to waste shells. In Guwu Academy, I took thousands of bullets, haha, because I flew. Well, I'm tired of killing 3 Tianwai friars today. I'll leave now. Yi Tian said, body movement, fly to the sky, not far away, the whole city, once again sounded harsh alarm. Then the information of the monitoring network is synchronously transmitted to the artillery position, and the artillery fire according to the position of the target light spot on the monitoring screen. Of course, this kind of shelling is like slow motion in Yi Tian's eyes. It can't be a threat at all. After the gunfire rang for a while, Yi Tian calmly responded and looked at the gun as if it were nothing. Then he turned back and landed beside Lin Quan, smiling indifferently, I'm sorry, Colonel Lin, I'm used to flying. I'd better drive this time. Then he got into his off-road vehicle, started a fire, stepped on the accelerator, and soon disappeared in the street.
Lin Quan looked seriously at Yi Tian getting on the bus and seeing him driving away.
After a long time, he turns around and looks at the direction of the artillery position. After a long time, he looked at Yang Bo and Su Dellen beside him. Go back and write a thought about forbidden air and ancient martial arts.
I want to have a look. What do you mean, Colonel?
Suderlin was puzzled. With a straight face, Lin Quan said, I don't mean much, but as the witnesses of this battle, I will report your opinions to the senior colonel together with the war report.
With that, Lin Quan got on the bus and left.
Su Dellen and Yang Bo looked at each other, then nodded their heads, as if they had reached some tacit understanding.
That night, a 2-hour special program was broadcast as usual.
In the program, there were 106 reports of attacks by Tianwai monks all over the country, which resulted in 1487 deaths and 642 houses damaged. All the reported video materials were broadcast simultaneously, which looked terrible.
Among all the sorrows, there is a unique branch, which is extremely eye-catching and inspiring. The central idea of the report is that Nanhai City was attacked by 2 Tianwai monks, but both of them were killed by an ancient warrior of our side. In order to protect Yi Tian, no one was named. But the bodies of 3 monks were photographed. Not only today, this is almost the only absolute victory in 3 months. After the program was broadcast, the phone calls of relevant departments and military headquarters in Nanhai City were almost exploded. After reading the report, Su Dellen and Yang Bo worked hard all night and each wrote a profound report. And that night, Yi Tian went back to his house and released the 2 cicadas. Let L live with them.
As for Qin Luo God, Yi Tian also let him live in the time and space tower.
After all, if she comes out, plus heir, she will be 2 Qin Luo gods. It's easy to help.
Anyway, Shi Cheng and Shi Chan were not surprised by the change of appearance, and they didn't ask anything. It's heir's strange look at Yi Tian for the fact that she still has a woman in her eyes. Yi Tian doesn't pay attention to it, and puts out some spirit pets to protect around the yard. Then he goes to sleep peacefully. At this time, sleeping is too luxurious for him. When Yi Tian woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was to see what happened to Cicada, Yu Qing, and Yi. Shi Chang and Shi Chan were both there, but he was surprised not to find Yi.
His heart sank and he quickly released his mind to find someone.